morning. May I have your attention, please? We still have a few empty seats in front. Please don't be shy, colleagues, to occupy them. Let me take this opportunity to greet each and every one of you. Professor Nkosi, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Saurombe from the Department of Information Science, the DDG of Heritage Promotion and Preservation at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, our National Archivist, Mr. Puleng Kekana, the Director, National Archives, Ms. Kanying Ngobo, our Deputy Secretary General of the National Records Management Forum, Mr. Madiope Matupe, and our SASA President, Ms. Maite Manganye. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, those of you joining us here in person, and the over 200 that are now joined virtually, I greet you all. Good morning. Are you well? Are you excited for these 2 days? Are you sure? Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thulisile Lemekwana. I am from the National Archives at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. I am responsible for the transversal records management service that we offer to governmental bodies at national level. And I will be your MC from now until tea time. Without wasting any time, colleagues, this is our first annual National Records Management Conference. It's our first. This is going to the archives. I think we can do better than that. It's our first. It's our first. We are taking records management to another level. We are improving the status of records management in our offices, in our organizations. We are going to service our members of the public better than we were before because our records are going to be readily available. We are no longer going to store our records in the basements, right? We are no longer storing our records on top of air conditioners and heaters and next to the windows and so on, right? Are we in agreement? AI is here, technology is here. We need to adapt and make sure that we manage our records properly so that we service our community in a more efficient way. I think that deserves a round of applause. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Puleng Kekana to do the opening and welcome of our first annual Records Management Conference. Mr. Kekana, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And I'm also advised that the very first national dialogue, which was taking place over the weekend, was actually happening in this very same room. And we are the first event after that. So we've got 2 events of national significance that are setting a national agenda. I think that's very, very important. Program Director, let me take this opportunity to welcome Prof. Zethu Nkosi, who is the Dean of the College of Human Sciences at Unisa, our esteemed guest speakers from the AG's office. We've got Mr. Rofiwa Mpepu, who is a Senior Manager for Governance. We've got from the Information Regulator, Mr. Dennis Tshwane. I'm not sure whether he is here. But of course, we've got the DDG, Mr. Ndima the DDG for Heritage Promotion and Preservation. We also have the Deputy Chairperson of the National Records Management Forum, Mr. Alfred Tolamo. I believe he may be here or joined virtually online. But of course, we've got the Deputy Secretary General of the National Records Management Forum, Mr. Mutiba Madiope, who is sitting here in the front. I also would like to take this opportunity to just recognize the partners that we are working with or we have worked with to organize this conference. First of all, Unisa, Prof. Sarombe, and the team from the Department of Information Science. Can we just give them a round of applause? They are our lifelong partner. And I must say that, Prof, we appreciate your support, extremely so. And we are looking forward to working with Unisa going forward. Unisa has opened their hands and they've welcomed us as the National Archives, and they are working with us very closely. And I'm quite sure that as a sector, records management sector, we will also work with Unisa. We really appreciate that quite a lot. And then, of course, we've got SASA, represented here by the newly appointed president, Ms. Maite Manganye. Thank you so much. And the Oral History Association of South Africa, the president, Mr. Sipho Zulu. I have not seen him, but I'm sure he may be here. Is he online? And of course, there's also the members of the National Archives Advisory Council who are here. They are also welcome. The records management practitioners, the sponsors and the exhibitors who are here, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, sanbonani, dumelang, goeiemorgen. It's really my singular honor this morning to officially welcome you to the very first annual National Records Management Conference. This is a very important conference. The records management profession in the country is turning a corner, right? And we are going to be in the center of governance going forward. This conference is organized to ensure that we are visible, to ensure that the records management sector is growing and is also properly recognized. We need to make sure that as a sector, we are properly recognized. As I proceed, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and its leadership, especially the ministry and the DG as well as the DDG who is here for their support to the National Archives. Without the support of the department, this conference would not happen. So I would like to appreciate their support. But I must also say that this conference is happening at a time and in a month when we are celebrating women and recognizing their contribution in society. And I want to acknowledge all the women that are attending this conference, but in particular, I want to recognize the women that are working in the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa, through whose leadership this conference became possible. Can we just give them a round of applause? So maybe you may be asking, why are we here? We are brought here by the National Archives Act that mandates the National Archives and Record Service of South Africa to ensure proper management, preservation, and accessibility of records. We have the mandate to oversee records management and its compliance in the country. I'm now trying to sell the National Archives. And that is our primary function. That's our primary function. The Act is very clear. It's giving us the mandate to approve records classification systems, to authorize disposal authorities, to establish standards for digitization, microfilming and electronic records management, to also conduct inspections and provide training to the public. But of course, we are working very closely with the provincial archives in doing this. We have a National Archive repository that is managing and our records, also providing service to the public. And they are also doing quite a lot of work in terms of outreach services. But of course, as I've mentioned, we do have the National Archives Advisory Council that is giving us the leadership and the vision in the archive sector. Now, coming back to this conference, in 2022, we established a National Records Management Forum. This is a forum where records managers in the country meet and they share their experience, share the knowledge, share the lessons. It's almost like a knowledge management forum. And it is in this forum that a recommendation was made to host this conference so that we can consolidate on the work that has been done, but also create more awareness and for the records management profession to be more visible and to be more recognized. Now, what is the status of records management in government at the moment? As I have said, we are providing oversight over records management compliance. It is not very good. It is not very good. And I'm going to give a number of examples. Quite a number of governmental bodies are operating without approved file plans. And as you know, without an approved file plan, your records are essentially unstructured. We do also find that in some public entities, records are left, like Tuli was saying, in the basements, right? They're also being destroyed. Digital records has got no backup, right? And there's also an absence of qualified records managers in many institutions. Quite recently, we had to rescue records at a dumping site in Pretoria East that belonged to one of the public entities that shall remain anonymous. Why those records were at a dumping site, I don't know. But this is essentially what we do find. And those are very critical records, right? That we rescued. Also in the past, I must say that we've also got to find that some records in the Eastern Cape, I think it was in the Eastern Cape, there was a case in the Eastern Cape where police active files were also found in a dumping site. Now imagine if you had opened a case and your file was at the dumping site and you are waiting for some investigation officer to come to you to say, this is how far we are. And your file is essentially at a dumping site. Now, this is not a very good picture. As the National Archives, I do think that we need to coordinate the sector much better I do think that we need to ensure that, especially through the partnerships with Unisa, that, training is being rolled out, that we've got the requisite skills, right? And to manage records management in the public sector. And also in the country generally. I think that is the contribution that we can make as a sector. As I conclude, I want to say that over the next 2 days, we've chosen a theme that is very provoking: rethinking records management in the multiverse, leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in South Africa. It's a very ambitious theme, and I do hope that over the next 2 days, you are going to engage, you are going to discuss, you are going to ask questions, and we are going to share quite a lot. So in conclusion, I really would like to welcome all of you and everyone that is joining online. I hope that together we are making the history. Records management, as I said, is we are turning a corner, right? We need to be more visible. We need to be more aggressive in our mobilization. We need to make sure that those days where a senior clerk is appointed as a records manager, those days are gone by. If we work together as a collective, we will not have this. We will be at the center of because records management is essentially at the center. It's a backbone of management, right, and accountability. If you do not have a proper records management system, you cannot account. And I think the AG is going to be talking about this as well. So from my side, thank you so much and welcome.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much to our national archivist, Mr. Pulenkekana. Just a quick announcement, colleagues, we have deliberately not given you printed programs. Remember, we are going digital. Yes, so there are QR codes inside this conference room. They are also somewhere outside the room. Please scan and you will be able to see our program there. If there are any changes in the program, you'll also be updated and you'll be able to see from your own phone. We also have Wi-Fi in this room. I think it's also pasted there next to the door. You are welcome to also connect to the Wi-Fi. Colleagues, without wasting any time, let me call upon Professor Saurombe from the Department of Information Science here at Unisa to give us her opening remarks. A round of applause as she. Okay.
Good morning. There was lovely tea outside. I'm sure you're full. Good morning. Yes. Program Director, Ms. Lemokwane, our National Archivist and Director of the National Archives and Record Services of South Africa, Mr. P. Kekana, Deputy Director General of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Vin Dima, our Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Z. Nkosi, Senior Manager from the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa, Mr. Mpepu, the President of SASA, Ms. Mangani, Chairperson of OHASA, Mr. Zulu, Chairperson of the Records Management Forum, Mr. A. Tolamo. I would also like to recognize our esteemed speakers, our exhibitors outside, and obviously distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners. Good morning once again. It gives me, together with the Department of Information Science at the University of South Africa, a distinct honor to welcome you to this historic gathering. the first annual National Records Management Conference here at the University of the Land, the University of South Africa. Today, exactly it is. Nowhere else but here. Today marks a pivotal moment in our collective journey towards advancing records management excellence in South Africa. And we are truly proud that NASA chose to partner with us, the biggest records management or information science department on the continent. The only department in the country, and I think in the continent, that offers a degree specifically in archives and records management. So indeed, you chose well. You have heard from the director's speech of the relevance of records management. Records management is the backbone of our society. We might be undermined and not recognized as important, but what can they do? How can we survive without records? We serve in every sphere of human activity, starting from that birth certificate when you come into existence, to business contracts, government records. They all ensure accountability, transparency, and continuity across all sectors while protecting our rights and securing our democratic processes. It is a profession that will never go out of fashion. We will always be relevant. And if you look at why we remain important, it is because while technology transforms how we create and preserve information, the fundamental principles of authenticity, reliability, integrity, and usability will always be relevant, whether you're coming from a paper-based system all the way to digitization and digitized platforms. These are the key principles that guide us in our work. Our theme today is telling us that artificial intelligence is the game changer. Do you believe that? You don't sound convinced. I hope after tomorrow, you will be convinced that artificial intelligence indeed is the ultimate game changer, but there's a lot of uncertainty. We are unsure, and that is why forums like this are organized so that we can talk and see how is it that we can apply this to ensure that we do indeed implement a fundamental shift. So do not fear change. We must embrace it with curiosity and determination. Obviously, there are matters of ethical issues that we need to consider. Ethical AI frameworks must address several critical concerns, such as algorithmic bias that could unfairly impact specific communities, privacy protection, and automated processing systems, and the list goes on and on and on. And I do hope that the discussions that we're going to have in the next 2 days will talk about this. I am so happy that the program director mentioned about the issue of us going green. Because in all this hype of artificial intelligence and digitization and all that, we need to reflect on what is it doing to our carbon footprint? Is it going to make it worse or better? So we cannot allow the hype surrounding AI and digitization to overshadow especially our responsibility as records managers or information managers to protect our environment. So let us choose wisely. I want to remind you that we are committed to excellence. I have mentioned that our department specifically has programs linked to archives and records management. And this embodies Unisa's mission that we are the African university that shapes futures in the service of humanity. I am happy to report today that we have over 30 PhD qualified researchers in our department that have specialized in various aspects of records management, including AI and emerging technologies that we will be discussing in the next 2 days. I am by what you learn. Allow yourself to be disrupted by new possibilities. But most importantly, and I'm going to repeat this, most importantly, commit to do something about it when you return to your workplace. Let it not be about It's great to network. The food is awesome. We're going to have an amazing time. As I said, this is the University of the Land, and we are with the National Archives of Records of South Africa. How it doesn't get better than this, but you need to make the difference. So I would like to extend a warm welcome to our beautiful Unisa campus, to all our delegates, those who are here and those who are online. You are among colleagues who share your passion for excellence in records management and your commitment to leveraging artificial intelligence for the future of our profession. Welcome to Unisa. Welcome to the AI-powered future of records management. Let the learning begin, and may you enjoy every moment of this remarkable conference. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sarombe. That was beautiful. Thank you. Another round of applause. And Prof, they may not be convinced that AI is a game changer, but I promise you, next week when they go to KFC or McDonald's and they have to interact with that machine, they will be thinking otherwise. Because you have seen some of the restaurants, you go there, you don't interact with the cashier, you don't interact with the person at the teller, you have to interact with the machine. So it is a game changer. And that's AI, right, Dr. Matope? It is. Yes, so we really need to make sure that we adapt, we relearn, we unlearn, we upskill, and we make sure that we are not left behind. Thank you so much, Professor. Let me now call upon the Executive Dean, Professor Zet Ngosi, to give us a message of support. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. No, that's not enough. This is the first national conference, colleagues. Let us have that vavavroom. Yes. Okay, we've got a culture here at Unisa. We respect all 12 languages in the country. Sanbonan, Molwen, Lochan. Hey guys, we are not in a conference, we are in a funeral. Let's change gears. We are in a conference, the first national conference. Lochan, Di Macheron, Goeiemorgen, Dumelang. Yes, let's enjoy. Let's demonstrate that we are participating in the first national conference. On behalf of the College of Human Sciences and the University of South Africa, I would love to welcome you all, and let's give ourselves a round of applause just for being here. A second round of applause for the organizers. A third round of applause for the partnership, Department of Sports and Culture. Yes, you are welcomed in the University of the Land. I would love to thank Prof. Saromba because she mentioned all our dignitaries. I'm not going to repeat it because as librarians, we are aware of plagiarism, you know. Yes, I can say that it is indeed a great honor and privilege to address you at this first National Records Management Conference of 2025 with the theme that says Rethinking Records Management in the Multiverse, Leveraging Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Technologies in South Africa. We are all aware that now things are moving. We don't want to be left behind. This is a profoundly futuristic theme that calls for reimagining of how records management is practiced in our country. It underscores the agency of transforming archives and record management by adopting artificial intelligence and emerging technologies that enable records and archives to be not only managed digitally, but also to be accessed seamlessly, anytime, anywhere. We are all witnesses when we travel. You don't need now your paper boarding pass. You can just show your cell phone. We know with our banking apps, although there is high crime rates, but it makes life easy. You know about SARS, that you can do your things sitting at home, not going there and waiting. So we are moving with the times, and this conference is going to deliberate and engage and make sure that we are on point as South Africa. For South Africa to fully participate in the fifth industrial revolution, digital transformation in the public sector is non-negotiable. The integration of intelligent robotic and cobotic machines into digitization processes will accelerate the preservation, accessibility, and usability of archives and records. With proper investment and government support, what today may seem aspirational will become a lived reality for our country and indeed for the African continent. As an academic institution, we are committed to nurturing and supporting scholars and researchers who push the boundaries of knowledge in these futuristic fields. At Unisa, we have established a catalytic niche on the fourth industrial revolution and digitization. Through this niche, we actively support research on the application of AI robotics in various fields across the university, including the archives and records management. Our support is not only philosophical, but also it's practical. We have created structured programs such as research retreats, where we enable our academics to have dedicated focused time to advance scientific research in digitization and emerging technologies. We also provide opportunities for collaboration through local and international conferences. For example, the SASA conference here in South Africa and ICA conference abroad. These platforms allow our researchers to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and contribute meaningfully to shaping national and global discourse on digital archives and records management. I'm equally pleased to highlight that the Department of Information Sciences, which is hosting this conference together with Sports, Arts and Culture and all other partners, is in a process of transforming the curriculum to align with emerging trends. In the near future, our students will engage with courses such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, blockchain technology, and the Internet of Things. Give the department a round of applause. Don't be jealous, please. This will position the Department of Information Sciences as the first school in South Africa to embed such content in our programs, preparing our graduates who are future ready and able to thrive in the landscape in the fifth industrial revolution. To the National Archivist, Mr. Pulenkekane, on behalf of the College of Human Sciences, I deeply appreciate the growing partnership with the Department of Information Science. I am confident that this collaboration will grow from strength to strength, enabling us to collectively achieve the digital transformation we envision. Together, we must work towards the professionalization of archives and records management by developing well-trained cyber archivists and smart records management practitioners. In pursuit of this goal, I would strongly advocate for the establishment of funding mechanisms, bursaries, and scholarships dedicated to practitioners who wish to pursue master's and doctoral studies on the application of AI and other emerging technologies. I firmly believe that this conference will provide a dynamic platform for dialogue and collaboration among practitioners and academics from South Africa and beyond. May your deliberations inspire innovative approaches, strengthen professional networks, and contribute to a shared vision of digital transformation in the field of archives and record management. I look forward to seeing the outcomes of this conference widely shared, amplifying the importance of digital transformation across the continent. I wish you all the best, and you are welcome in the first National Archives Record Management Conference. Thank you very much.
Liska Bachelas. Another round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor Nkosi. Without wasting time, let me also call upon Mr. Madiope, our Deputy Secretary of the Records Management Forum, to give us a message of support. A round of applause, with excitement, with excitement. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, I'm here on behalf of the Deputy Chairperson of the forum, Mr. Dolam. Unfortunately, he couldn't come, but he did send a message of support for the conference. I'll therefore go through the message from the Deputy Chairperson. Mangosi said, we must plagiarism at all costs. However, what I will do, I will pass the greetings to the DG of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and I will also pass it to the chairperson of the forum and the National Archivist, Mr. Gekana, and also to my boss there so that I can get pay progression, Mr. Mulosiwa there. Colleagues, the message reads thus: it is with sincere regret that I'm unable to be with you today due to unforeseen circumstances. I have asked my colleague, Mr. Mutiba Madiope, who's the Deputy Secretary General of the Forum, to convey my profound honor and privilege in delivering this message of support on my behalf. This conference, held on August 19th and 20th, 2025, is a pivotal moment for our sector, a testament to the collaborative spirit of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, National Archives, Unisa, and whose collective effort has brought us all together. Our theme, Rethinking Records Management in the Multi-Serve, Leveraging Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Technologies in South Africa, as outlined in the conference program, is both forward-thinking and ambitious. The very notion of a multi-serve in information management suggests that our records are not just in the cloud, but perhaps in a parallel dimension, or at least on a server we forgot to label. They say records managers are like fine wine, we get better with age, but only if we are properly preserved. Therefore, we need to be preserved, colleagues, so that we can mature finally so. And in this digital age, that preservation often requires more than just a cool, dark place. Sometimes, secondly, we face profound skills and capacity gap. A study by Mujapelo and Maruta in their article, Framework to Infuse Data Science in the Archives and Records Management Curriculum in South Africa, lamented the dearth of requisite skills and pointed out that many civil servants are trained only to manage paper-based records. That is Mujapelo and Maruta in 2023 in their study. We are talking about AI and blockchain, but sometimes it feels like we are still teaching people how to use a stapler. No offense to staplers. I know you love staplers in your offices, colleagues, but we are indirectly talking to you. They are vital, but the digital age demands a different kind of fastener for our information. This brings me to a thought-provoking scenario. I recently got involved in shortlisting for an internship program in records management. While candidates presented with degrees in information science, a significant concern emerged when many struggled with basic digital classification and may talk about records being placed in offsite storage, in storage, and in the basement. Shivambu and Web in 2020 spoke about that poor infrastructure. And therefore, we hope that this conference will also address such issues. As scholars Katu and Web observed in their work, managing digital records in a South African public sector, NASA itself lacks the necessary infrastructure to ingest digital records, leaving departments to fend for themselves. That is Katu and Mwebe in 2015. In conclusion, colleagues, on behalf of the National Records Management Forum, I want to express profound gratitude for the collective effort that made this conference possible. The dedication of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, National Archives, and Unisa, and the local organizing committee, along with all our partners, has been nothing short of extraordinary. The success of this conference is built on the foundation of your hard work and unwavering commitment to advancing our profession. Let us view our current challenges as not unsurmountable obstacles, but as profound opportunities for innovation and growth. Our vision is for a future where records management in South Africa is not merely compliant, but truly transformative, highly professional, and recognized as an indispensable pillar of national progress. I wish you well in this first National Records Management Conference. Yours truly, Deputy Chairperson of the forum. I thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
We are not going to respond, but watch the space. Watch the space. There is a lot of work that is happening at the National Archives. You are going to see. You will see the literature that will come also after that. Let us give Mr. Madiop another round of applause, colleagues. Okay, let me then call upon Mr. Sipho Zulu of OHASA. He is joining us virtually to give us a message of support. Can I just get an indication if he's ready? Okay. Is he not ready? Okay. Let us then call upon Ms. Maite Manganye, the president of SASA. She is the first female president of SASA.
You can clap again, Tatekeka. Don't be shy. Clap. Don't be shy. Yes, the first female president, young. Okay, good morning, colleagues, especially the women. We shouldn't shy away that it's our month. May we just clap for ourselves. And numbers are not lying that we really have women on the ground. Round of applause for that. Program director, also a woman. Zibambile lento, ne? Thank you, program director. Let me write on the protocol that was observed earlier and pass my greetings to the DDG and Tate Ndima, the National Archivist in Tate Kekana, Professor Nkosi in absentia, Professor Sarumbe, the acting chairperson of the Department of Information Science, the director at the National Archives and Record Service, honored guests, delegates who are here with us physically, and those that are attending online. Greetings to you all. I'm delivering this message of support on behalf of the South African Society of Archivists membership. It's not only me, but the entire membership and the executive. So it is my honor and privilege to extend warm greetings and heartfelt congratulations to the National Archives and Record Services of South Africa in partnership with University of South Africa for hosting this groundbreaking first annual records management conference. With a chosen theme, Rethinking Records Management in the Multiverse, leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in South Africa, could not be more timely. As we find ourselves at the historic moment where technology is rapidly reshaping how we create, preserve, and access records. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchains, and other emerging tools challenge us to reimagine our profession as records management and archivists, not as passive custodians of information, but as active innovators who must harness these technologies responsibly for the benefit of present and future generations. As SASA, we affirm our full support for this initiative. We believe that such platforms foster critical dialogue, encourage knowledge sharing, and inspire collaborative research and practice. Together, we must ensure that the opportunities offered by the artificial intelligence and digital transformation are balanced with ethical considerations, inclusivity, and sustainability so that no voice or no record is left behind. We applaud the National Archives and Unisa for creating a space where practitioners, scholars, and policymakers can converge to explore solutions that will strengthen our national information ecosystem. As we rethink records management in this digital multiverse, let us remain grounded in our core mission, which is to safeguard our documentary heritage while embracing innovation to serve society better. Also, given South Africa's astronomical levels of unemployment and the undeniable risk posed by the digital transformation, we are compelled to embrace. It is clear that institutions such as National Archives, SASA, Unisa, and other institutions of higher learning have a critical responsibility. We must design and implement robust, practical programs that will upskill and empower the youth of our country with the competencies now most urgently needed. Our responsibility extends beyond the confines of the working place. We cannot limit our vision only to those who are currently employed. Instead, we must adore to a continued collaboration in building capacity, driving research, and supporting professionals in thriving in this exciting yet complex era. We wish this inaugural conference great success and trust that it will lay a strong foundation for the future of records management in the country. We are proud to stand alongside you in this journey of transformation. We believe that collaboration, knowledge sharing, and responsible innovation will ensure that our documentary heritage is not only safeguarded, but also made dynamic and accessible for generations to come. So with this in mind, Program Director, South Africa should work its way to be in a position to lead the way on the African continent, and this plays a monumental task on us who produce these skills in abundance. As I conclude, I will leave you with this as records managers, archivists, and all delegates that the future of records is in our hands. Let us shape it with wisdom and courage. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our first female president of SASA. Another round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Mangani. I understand Mr. Zulu is now ready to give us the message of support. He is the chairperson of OHASA, the Oral History Association of South Africa. Over to you, Mr. Zulu. We cannot hear you. We still cannot hear you, Mr. Zulu.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you now. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In a nutshell, Program Director, I wanted to say this is the history in the making. On behalf of the Oral History Association of South Africa, I'm honored to deliver this message of support to a program that embraces modern day technological advancement that forces us to reshape, rethink, and redirect our plans. We are living through a moment where the rapid advance of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies is reshaping the very nature of memory, evidence, and spoken words. The question is no longer whether these tools will influence our practice, but rather how we will shape and guide their use to serve the needs of society. We are excited about the possibilities and equally aware of the responsibilities. As we rethink resource management in this new multiverse, we urge all of us to treat these emerging technologies as a crucial assist to the expected work, but not to be entirely used to do work for us. Let us ensure that the technologies we embrace are tools of empowerment, not erasure. That artificial intelligence enhances memory rather than distorting it, and that the future of our archives reflects the full richness and diversity of South Africa's past, as told by its people. Colleagues, OHASA appreciates these initiatives and all those contributed to its success. We look forward to ongoing dialogue and collaboration as we are engaged in an unstoppable era of artificial intelligence and automation of things. Our motto for this groundbreaking transformation should recognize innovation, inclusivity, and ethical approach that is deeply grounded in the shared values. Lest we forget that putting together archivists and records managers in the same room, it is an ingredient to success, which opens platforms of engagement. It is for this reason, colleagues, and also for this background, I remind everyone that OHASA, National Oral History Association of South Africa, will be hosting its conference on the 7th until the 10th of October 2025. For this gathering to conclude on crucial and exciting discussion, one need not to miss OHASA upcoming conference. The conference will take place at Polokwane, that is Limpopo province at the range. That will be the venue, colleagues. OHASA remains committed to interdisciplinary dialogue and engagement that strengthens a democratically inclusive approach which navigates direction to the future. With those few words, colleagues, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zulu. Another round of applause, including the artificial ones online. Do we have hands there, the artificial ones in the virtual platform? Are they clapping? Okay. Colleagues, let us move along. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the next speaker, who is our guest speaker for the day. We have Mr. Rofiwa Mpepu. He is from the Auditor General. And I know you are going to be listening because it's coming for your office. Over to you, Mr. Mpepu.
Thank you, Program Director. Are you going to share my slides? This fine, I will continue. I would just ask for my colleague to just assist with the slides, please. Thank you, Program Director. Also, just to avoid plagiarism, I won't repeat the names of all the important delegates that we have here. I would like to, but allow me to recognize and thank all the distinguished guests who are here with us today. It is an honor to be here to represent the Auditor General who couldn't be here with us. She would have liked to be here with us here, but unfortunately she could not attend in person. So it is a privilege to represent the Office of the Auditor General and share some insights on a topic that sits at the heart of governance. Myself, I'm Ropi Wampepu. I'm from a business unit called Technical Audit Support within the Auditor General. We are responsible for giving our auditors that go and perform the audits on the ground with technical guidance and tools that enable them to do their work properly. So we are responsible for the methodology, amongst other things. Also to do presentation at important conferences, as you can see. So today I will unpack how poor record keeping impacts audit outcomes, and more importantly, how we can turn the tide through practical and collaborative actions. So like we do with all our presentation, I would like to just share our vision, mission, and values so that you can align with what we do as the Auditor General. So our mandate comes from the South African Constitution. We deliver on this mandate by providing independent assurance to various stakeholders on whether government entities that use public funds have managed their financial affairs in line with sound financial practices, have complied with relevant legal frameworks, and have provided credible information on the achievement of their financial and performance objectives. So everything we do is to enable oversight, accountability, and governance to build public confidence in government. Whether it is through audit we conduct, the insights we share through our GR, you would have seen the Auditor General going on a roadshow sharing insights from the audits that we perform, our elevated focus on the lived realities of South African in our audit of performance reporting, and the MIs we issue. So all that we do, it is to enable oversight, accountability, governance, and to build public confidence in government. So here, like this is just a continuation of our strategic aspiration, where we're focusing on. Our inspiration is clear, is to have a stronger, more direct and consistent impact on improving the lived reality of South African. This is not just a vision, it is a call for action from our side. So I won't dwell too much on this one in the interest of time, thanks. So the next slide, this slide is just to highlight that public sector accountability doesn't rest on a single institution. It is a network, a broad-based, effective ecosystem of stakeholders is essential to uphold performance, transparency, and integrity. Each stakeholder has a distinct role. When even one fails to act, the ripple effect weakens the whole entire system. So it is important for each and every stakeholder to play their role. We must ensure that every stakeholder, regulated or not, understand and fulfills their role. Accountability is a shared responsibility. So here I would just like to also highlight key strategic importance of proper record management that is relevant for for our work. So proper records management is not just an administrative task. It is the backbone of accountability, compliance, transparency, and risk management. And it continues to be one of the key drivers of weaknesses that we flag in our reports. So I will just elaborate further on this in the following slide, specifically about accountability. You would have heard I mention accountability a lot, and also with regards to compliance. So why do records matter? Not just in theory, but in practice. Records aren't just admin, they are strategic assets. They enable transparency, support credible audits, protect against risk, and improve service delivery. They preserve institutional memory and fulfill legal obligations. So to sum it up on these slides, I would like to just share a line that I often remind myself of. Without records, there is no proof. Without proof, there is no accountability. So I would just also like to just remind you of the key legislation that are applicable when it comes to record management. I would like to stress that records management in the public sector is not optional. It is backed by law that all of you have to comply with. We have the National Archives and Record Service Act. We have the Promotion of Access to Information Act. We have the Protection of Personal Information Act, and other legislation that includes the PFMA, MFMA, ECT Act. All these legislation are not optional in the public sector. We all have to comply with. So in the next slides, that's where mostly we're going to be covering why we were called here to do. We just want to share some key insights on issues that caused issues in the public sector for our auditees. So in the AGSA 2023-24 reports, which covers, I'm gonna be covering both MFMA and PFMA. The first slide's focus is more on MFMA, but all these issues that are here, they also affect most of our auditees that are in the PFMA side. And then also the next slide also shows some issues that are more prevalent in the PFMA side, but they also affect our MFMA auditees. So the AGSA 23-24 reports paint a clear picture. Poor record keeping isn't just a technical issue, it is a systematic risk. From missing billing data and missing asset registers to unrecoverable backups, these failures directly impact audit outcomes. And they also affect service delivery and the public trust. Whether it's a municipality or a national department, the message is the same. Without reliable records, verification collapses, which makes our job as the Auditor General also a bit difficult. So these findings from the 23-24 cycle show a troubling mix of error and fraud. Poor system and weak controls are part of the problem, but they are deliberate record manipulation that we experience as the auditors when we go to audit our clients. As already also covered by our colleague here, they did find some records that were dumped that belongs to a public entity. This is worrisome. When we go to the auditors, the Auditor General, we ask for those records. They tell us they're nowhere to be found. So these are some of the issues that we experience as the Auditor General. So these issues don't just frustrate us as the auditors. They lead to unfavorable audit outcomes like disclaimers, qualification, or unqualified audit with findings, because that's still not a clean audit. Because ideally, all our auditees should strive to get a clean audit. And they also lead to some penalties, because there is law that regulates how record management should be managed. So there is a risk of penalties if you don't have proper record management. And there is also a reputational risk to the profile of the auditees. So on the next slide, I just want us to explore how we can turn the tide. Let's explore practical strategies that can transform how we manage records. Strengthening records management isn't just about ticking boxes. It's about shifting the mindsets, investing in systems, and embedding good practices into our everyday processes. From digital platforms to disaster recovery, from training to oversight, these actions help us move from reactive compliance to proactive governance. Improving records management isn't just about the technology, it's about a culture and systems. Start by digitalizing and centralizing your records. Train your team, not just to know how to file, but they must understand why it matters. Use monitoring tools to track compliance and retention. And most importantly, align your systems with applicable legislation like your PFMA and the MFMA in order to make reporting much more easier. So I would just like to close by highlighting what does strong management mean for the future of governance. Strong records aren't just a governance tool. They are the foundation of trust, resilience, and innovation. They empower oversight, enable data-driven decisions, and future-proof public administration for when there is a change in the administration. And if we want accountable, agile, and citizen-focused governance, we must start with the records. I would also just like to leave you with a thought that I believe captures my whole presentation here. Good governance is not imagined. It's evidence, one record at a time. Thank you.
Another round of applause, colleagues. I took a lot of notes from what he said. And the one that I will just highlight is the fact that as we try to turn the tide, ensuring that there's proper or sound records management in the public sector, there is no robot or AI that is going to do it on our behalf. We also need to change our mindset. Remember, there is a saying that goes garbage in, garbage out. So you can't just take a robot to the basement and automatically AI then sorts out that disorganization for you. You also need to change your mindsets, ensure that there are measures in place to make sure that even in a digital environment, your records are managed properly. Thank you so much, Mr. Mpepo. And from today, colleagues, AG is not going to struggle to find records from your offices. You're not sure? Colleagues, you're not sure? You will try your best. Okay. Colleagues, let us move along with our program. We have a keynote address from our one and only DDG. He is our Deputy Director General of Heritage Promotion and Preservation at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So, colleagues, that's where the National Archives is situated, under that branch of Heritage Promotion and Preservation. The biggest round of applause that you can give me today, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ms. Lemekwane. Let me also take this opportunity to, I'll recognize a number of people. I'm going to do plagiarism. The National Archivist of South Africa, Mr. Puleng Kekane, Executive Dean of College of Human Sciences at the University of South Africa, Professor Zethu Nkosi, who was with us a couple of minutes ago, Acting Chair of the Department of Information Science at Unisa, Professor Sorumbe, the first female president of SASA, Ms. Maite Manganye. And let me also recognize esteemed guest speakers, Auditor General of South Africa, represented by Mr. Rufiwa Mpepu, Information Regulator Senior Manager, Education and Awareness, Mr. Dennis Tshwane, Deputy Chairperson and Deputy Secretary of National Records Management Forum, our partners, Unisa, Department of Information Science and South African Society of Archivists, SASA, all provincial archivists, records managers, and information professionals and public servants from various governmental bodies. Ministries, national departments, statutory bodies, state-owned enterprises, management and officials from the University of South Africa, Oral History Association of South Africa, or HASA, academics, sponsors, and exhibitors, all those who have joined us virtually. When I was seated down there, Mr. Kekane was showing me that we are about 300 people who are actually with us, not here, but virtually. Distinguished guests and colleagues, all protocol observed. Dumelang, molweni, sanbonani, kuyamore. It is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today at the first annual National Records Management Conference in Pretoria. Our beautiful host city is widely recognized as South Africa's administrative capital, famous for its stunning jacaranda-lined streets and rich historical landmarks, including the iconic Union buildings that stand not only as a testament to our nation's history, but as part of the series of the World Heritage Sites that were inscribed during the 46th session in New Delhi, India in 2024. It was inscribed under the theme Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites. Now, coming back to this conference, ladies and gentlemen, this conference takes place under the dynamic and future-driven theme that reads, Rethinking Records Management in the Multiverse, leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in South Africa. The theme calls on us as records management professionals to reimagine the very function of our craft, not simply as the safekeeping of paper and files, but as the systematic control of records throughout their life cycle, from creation and active use to preservation or lawful disposal. We are the architects of order in an age of information overload, ensuring that every record remains accurate, reliable, and accessible when needed, in line with our Constitution. In South Africa's rapidly advancing technological landscape, reimagining records management means embracing tools like artificial intelligence and cloud-based platforms to capture, protect, and leverage information as a strategic asset. Enabling efficiency, transparency, and accountability in every sphere of governance and service delivery. I think the representative of the AG spoke very eloquently to that. This month, we also celebrate Women's Month, recognizing the invaluable contribution of women in public service, archives, and records management. Women continue to drive excellence in our sector, whether as records managers, archivists, or innovators embracing digital transformation. Their leadership, creativity, and commitment inspire the next generation of records professionals and strengthen the integrity of our national archives. This vision aligns seamlessly with the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture's commitment to building an active, creative, winning, and socially cohesive nation. The records we manage are not just administrative artifacts. They are the living memory of our nation's achievements, challenges, and cultural heritage. By preserving and providing access to this memory, we empower South Africans to draw strength from their past, participate fully in the present, and shape a better future. Our mission to provide an enabling environment for the sport, arts, and culture sector is strengthened by robust records management systems. When records are accurate, complete, and accessible, decision-making becomes faster. Service delivery improves, and innovation flourishes. This is how we translate our work into an enabling force for creativity, excellence, and unity. Our values are equally reflected in our profession. Batupili, putting people first by ensuring they can access the information they need to exercise their rights while reinforcing accountability and transparency through well-documented processes. In this, it is our intention to work hand in hand with the Auditor General of South Africa, whose audits depend on credible, accessible, and accurate records. By maintaining audit-ready records, we make it possible for the AXA to verify that public resources are used responsibly and that government actions are transparent to all South Africans. Equality. Treating every record and every request for information with fairness and impartiality. Innovation. Leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies to transform how we manage stores that serve our nation's vision and mission. Effective service delivery in government relies on the ability to create, store, retrieve, use, and manage records that support informed decision-making. Poorly managed records, whether paper-based or electronic, lead to delays, incomplete information, and reduced accountability, ultimately undermining governance, legal compliance, and citizens' rights. Common challenges include lack of adequate support, absence of approved records management policies, uncontrolled personal filing systems, improper disposal of records, and insufficient electronic records management capabilities. These challenges affect transparency, legal compliance, and integrity of the national documentary heritage. The National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, NASA, plays a regulatory and supportive role in ensuring the proper management and care of public records. Under Section 13 of NASA Act 43 of 1996, the National Archivist is mandated to approve records classification systems for use by governmental bodies, authorize the disposal or transfer of public records, establish standards for digitization, microfilming, and electronic records management, conduct inspections, and provide training for public sector records management practitioners, support archive services in fulfilling their mandates. These functions, the NASA ensures that governmental bodies maintain, strengthens accountability, and ensures that both historical and current records are protected and usable for operational, legal, and societal purposes. Due to capacity constraints at the National Archives several years ago, training on records management had to be halted. About 4 years ago, the training was resuscitated, which is now conducted on a quarterly basis. This revival demonstrates the National Archives' commitment to changing the status quo in records management across the country and ensuring that governmental bodies continue to receive essential support and guidance. However, we are also looking at possibilities of increasing the number of sessions per quarter to 2. The intention is to eventually revert to at least 1 training per month. Between 2022 and 2025, with a limited capacity of 4 officials we have in the records management unit, we have managed to inspect 79 government offices, including off-site storage facilities, the majority of which were non-compliant. Some of these institutions acted swiftly to our reports and recommendations, and in some cases, the reports were followed by a number of clarity-seeking meeting requests from executives of these bodies. Despite the capacity constraints over the past few years, the NASA has achieved notable success in supporting several institutions. These include the Public Protector, South Africa, Finance and Accounting Services Sector Education and Training Authority, Government Pension Administration Agency, Government Communication and Information System, Air Traffic and Navigation Services, National Library of South Africa, Airports Company of South Africa, and Office of the Public Service Commission. In many cases, the ongoing records management compliance inspections aid the NASA by identifying issues within governmental bodies. It is our commitment to continue and perhaps intensify these inspections to ensure that governmental bodies meet the legal and policy requirements, protect the integrity and accessibility of records, promote accountability, and identify areas for improvement to support good governance. These successes demonstrate that while resources are limited, the interventions of the National Archives can positively influence compliance and improve records management practices. However, the scale of the challenges faced by the governmental bodies across the country is substantial, and additional capacity and funding are required to ensure necessary to effectively manage their records. It is with pride that I report on our commitment to take the archives to the people by utilizing possibly the biggest access to memory atom database in the continent, with over 8 million entries of records in the atom database. The national and provincial archives continue to capture the holdings of the archives, ensuring that our digitized collections are preserved and accessible to all. Our ongoing digitization initiatives not only ensure that our archival records are preserved for posterity, but have also been instrumental in developing digital skills within the National Archives and have empowered over 300 youth with these critical skills through our PESP project, which is the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. In 2022, the National Records Management Forum was established to tackle persistent compliance challenges across government, promote best practices, and enhance professional development within the records management sector. A key outcome of this initiative was the decision to host an annual National Records Management Conference, marking the start of a significant tradition. This expansion highlights the forum's critical role in enabling the sector to identify challenges, share solutions, and collectively strengthen records management practices across government. This initiative truly deserves a round of applause from you. The evolving technologies and legal framework and its impact on the management of records have called for the review of our legislation. As such, after an extensive consultative process, the bill has been drafted and is now with the state law advisors for further processing. The draft NASA bill represents a transformative step in modernizing our legislative framework to meet the demands of the digital age. Central to the bill is the assurance that leadership of the National Archives is rooted in professional expertise, free from political influence. It requires the appointment of qualified and experienced records managers at senior management service level in every government body, ensuring they have the authority to implement compliant and effective records management systems. These amendments also reaffirm the preservation of public and non-public records, strengthen interdepartmental accountability, and establish mechanisms for collaboration across national and provincial archives. A key focus of the bill is digital transformation and data sovereignty. It mandates that digital and cloud-based records are physically stored within South Africa, provide clarity and promote the adoption of modern technologies. Provide clarity and promote the adoption of modern technologies without compromising the integrity of our records. The amendment to Section 16 of the NASA Act reinforces the seriousness of compliance. Offenses such as falsifying, concealing, or destroying records can carry substantial penalties, while non-compliant is actively monitored, escalated, and reported to oversight authorities. This ensures that records management is recognized as a strategic governance function rather than a clerical task. Colleagues, the challenges of storage of records in transit to archives is acknowledged. DZAC is doing its best to engage the National Treasury now that the feasibility study report for the extension of the archives building has been concluded. The recommendations made by the accounting officer's social cluster to continuously engage departments to share information on costs incurred for offsite storage and to find ways in which resources can be availed for the building project are still on our agenda. We appeal for the support and ideas of how we can complete this mammoth task. In conclusion, the draft NASA bill, alongside ongoing initiatives in digitization, training, and regional engagement and partnerships, marks a turning point for records management in South Africa. It provides a strong legislative, professional, and technological foundation for the future, one that ensures transparency, preserves national heritage, and positions records management as a driver of governance and innovation. This also goes without saying that as the information management sector, there is so much reskilling that needs to be undertaken as technology will not wait for us. Records managers are and will soon be required to have a bit of IT skills in order to preserve and ingest those born digital records into our archival systems. Program Director, it is with great honor and pride that I declare the first annual National Records Management Conference officially open. This milestone marks the beginning of a new era for records management in South Africa, one that is professional, accountable, and digital enabled. As we embark on this conference, let us embrace innovation, let's uphold governance, and commit to strengthening the skills, capacity, and professionalism of every records management practitioner. Together, we will ensure that no record is lost, no story forgotten, and no citizen unheard. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. We're better than that. We can do better than that. This is our first conference. Thank you very much, DDG, for that inspirational keynote address. I think we are ready to engage, colleagues. We are ready to engage, and we are taking records management to the next level, right? According to our program, we need to break for tea. But before we do that, I would like to issue some tokens of appreciation to our guest speakers. I will be calling them to the front, and we can just have our camera ready. Let me also acknowledge and thank our partners, the exhibitors that have contributed to the beautiful gifts that our guest speakers are receiving this morning. We have a bag from SASA. You see what happens when you put a female as a president? You see what happens? Eh? We need to do this more often. So we have a bag from SASA. We also have a contribution from Metrofile. We have a contribution from Invoke Solutions. We also have a contribution from Lwazi Information Management. All of these service providers, colleagues, have their exhibitions outside. There's other service providers also that you will see outside. Please do visit them and see what they have to offer. Let me request my guest speakers, we will stand in front. Do we have a roving mic? But let me request them to come to the front so I can hand over the tokens of appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to our sponsors, and thank you to all of our guest speakers. That was remarkable, and yeah, for our first conference, I'm very impressed. Colleagues, we are going to break for tea. We're going to request that the colleagues that did not register, if they can please go to the registration desk and make sure that they are registered for the conference. We are going to break for 15 minutes because we are a little bit behind schedule. So let us be back here at 20 past 11. 20 past 11. Thank you so much. I think the program director also deserves a round of applause. Thank you.
welcoming any persons virtually. They say they are artificial delegates. I don't know if that is the word I shall use, but colleagues online, can you please confirm if you are able to hear me? Okay. Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to make a quick announcement that there is a problem with the password. So before I start, I'm going to correct that, but I'm not saying that you must always be connected and not listen to our speakers. So we have Unisa. The U is capitalized, and the others you do not. So it's Unisa at 2022 at. That is the change. Only the U is uppercase. So we can spread the word as other colleagues are coming in. I'm concerned there's a lot of people that are still outside. If they can be called in to come and join us so that we can proceed with the session. But in the interest of time, we'll have to move on. Can I ask the presenters to come closer? All the presenters of the first session, all the presenters, can I please ask you to join and please be seated? So without wasting any time, colleagues, ke rata o le dumedisa ntao thobela ko locha ke monyana Molobedu a emi mo from Bolobedu ke ra ona Boloba Thaba a se ne sa pula. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also known by other names, so I would like this session to be more relaxed. I'm also known as a dynamite, so the dynamite will bring one of the packages of being your session chair. And the session is on artificial intelligence and machine learning in records management. So those who know the name dynamite, it's now replacing Libon, but it shouldn't, because Libon is my name, but the other one, as I've adopted it in the field, it's now going to Home Affairs to be added as Libon Dynamite Mabap. Is that in order? For the purposes of our field, I'm known as the dynamite. So please, if you are struggling to call me Libon, you can call me dynamite. Yes. Thank you. So I wanted to also indicate that I'm very humbled and glad that we have a blend that I haven't seen in a long time. We have got our records management practitioners and also academics. Therefore, it means we cannot just talk about papers, research methodologies, the paradigms, So at least when we come from the ground and we want to bring about solutions and we match together, I think now we will have a way forward. And in that being said, I'm also happy that I'm representing the National Archives as the head of filing systems. And I'm responsible. Those who don't have file plans, you're going to have a problem with me. And I hope you'll start as soon as possible, as you've heard our previous speakers talking about the essence of having file plans in your institutions. And also, I'm also glad that in a strong partnership that we have with Unisa, I am also a PhD candidate. So I blend very well with this setup that is here. So I represent both ways, Unisa and National Archives. I'm your girl. Yes, we must be educated, I guess. Yes. So I also had a privilege of being in attendance of a Sabika conference held in Zimbabwe just in June this year. And I should say that one of the things that I've learned is that other countries in Africa or Eastern and Southern Africa are taking archives and records management very seriously, because I can tell you that I was sitting there and we had His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mnangagwa. And he was the one who was delivering a keynote address, and he was just articulating how archives are still important in our communities, and that we must strive to also reach out to those marginalized communities. And that was the strong point, to say we are important, and that should be brought home in South Africa, where one day we might see people from higher offices, including the presidency, coming here to address us and acknowledging that we are very important in the sector and we should continue as such. So with that being said, colleagues, let me just have some ground rules, but not the tight ones. So I just wanted to say that each speaker will be provided 20 minutes. Each presenter, please stick to your time. I know I'm a lovely person, but because I also have another name called a pit bull of LIS, I'm going to be a pit bull. But for this session, for my delegates, I'm going to be a dynamite. So for me to be able to control just the flow of questions and all that, can we please stick to time, 20 minutes? I'm also going to ask for my rapporteurs to be available closer and my timekeeper, so that we are able to manage time. And I will announce your name, and please join us on the podium, and please be seated as I call your names. And the rapporteurs, their mandate will be just to capture some of the key points and discussions, so that later on they can be part of or consolidated into resolutions of this first conference that we are hosting. And delegates, just know that this is your session. Please feel free to share ideas, to engage our speakers, to ask them questions. So we should also uncover those dusty rooms here. Maybe they have got a good story to tell, right? Talking about artificial intelligence, technology, and all that. So please let us do so. So maybe in the interest of time, also let me call my presenters to the podium. Okay, the first person to be called, presenting about implementation of artificial intelligence at the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa, is Ms. Bonile Mbele. Please clap for her as she comes. My colleague, today I'm happy to be your boss. Today I'm your boss. So please be seated, ma'am. Anyway, yeah, you can start. So this one, if you destroy records, you're gonna have problems with her. You know, yes. So me file plan, you don't have problems. Then another one, you destroy, then public protector called, and so let's not go there. We are very nice people, so all sorted. Welcome, ma'am. And the second presenter is Dr. Paul Mullen, presenting about intelligent document processing using artificial intelligence for digitalization. Core Concepts Information Management Consulting. And the third presentation is Rethinking Records Management in the Multiverse, leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in South Africa. And this presenter is available virtually, so we can still clap for her. Is Ms. Nosiseko Mayekiso from the Department of Agriculture. And the fourth presentation is on breaching the skills gap, training records management practitioners for artificial intelligence integration in South Africa by Dr. Vanessa Matope from the University of South Africa, the University of the Land. This one, if you have an accident, if it happens, no, it won't happen. I'm just saying, if accidentally the accident happens. And then this one, we'll tell those ones to say, hey, keep the record safe because this one won't get the claim. You get it? So we've got serious people in there, especially from the National Archives as well, represented. And then we also have another presentation on harnessing the power of knowledge graphs through digitalization, exploring innovative approaches for extracting and visualizing knowledge from historical documents by Dr. Sri Ganesh Totempudi. I hope I'm not butchering your name, please. My apologies. And Prof. Ernest Mgandla. Yes, so this is Unisa, University of South Africa. So do we have the speaker here? Okay, it seems like the fifth presentation, we might not receive it. So I know that I did the quick bios from my head, but now I'm going to be authentic and just read so that you understand the kind of people that are here. Very powerful. So I'm going to start with the lady in black next to me. And this one, I trust her to do, she will cook. Miss Mbele. Welcome, ma'am. So Miss Mbele Nothando Mbele is a young professional who is always willing to learn. Ms. Mbele has completed diploma in youth development with Unisa. After her exposure in archival environment, she studied higher certificate in archives and records management. She completed a degree in information science and has also completed her honors degree in archives and records management, where she investigated guidelines to digitize archival records for access purpose at the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa. Ms. Mbele is currently a master's student at the University of South Africa, supervised by Dr. Mudiba and Dr. Shehola. Her current research investigates the adoption of artificial intelligence for the preservation of digital archives at the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa. Ms. Mbele has worked as an assistant archivist under client services and as a book and paper conservator under preservation. She is currently working as an assistant director. Did you hear? Assistant director. The levels, yes. Assistant Director Records Management at National Archives, where she is responsible for ensuring that governmental bodies comply with the National Archives regulations and have sound records management in place. Among many responsibilities, she is entrusted with conducting appraisal on all records created by governmental bodies and ensure that disposal authorities are issued to them. This includes appraisal inspections, evaluation of EDRMS systems, ATOM trainings, ATOM meaning access to memory, and for providing records management training to all governmental bodies at national level. So with that being said, colleagues, can we welcome Ms. Mbele, the Assistant Director. Over to you, ma'am. They have to.
I can use this one if it's gonna be.
Yes.
Okay. Either way. That's it. Yours is not.
And just as a reminder, colleagues, you'll be afforded the time to ask them questions after they've presented so that there's order. And please, when you ask questions, just indicate your name and the department you are representing. Please, thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. How are you? I'm good. Am I audible? Thank you so much. Mostly thank you to the chairperson of this session for such an introduction. Really appreciate that. I had like really, really high nerves. As much as I do this almost 2 times in a quarter, but I've never done it to such a large number. So when I read and talk to this presentation, immediately when I say like this, just smile. Okay, thank you so much. As introduced, what I am doing today is just to show you that as National Archives, we are not just sitting and wondering what could be our next, but we are currently working on our next, and our next can be even tomorrow. On the topic that has been given to us, the themes, my master's research is based on the adoption of artificial intelligence at the National Archives, which also does not going to benefit the National Archives for having such technologies, but also will assist all of us in this room, because the reason that you are here is because you're falling under the National Archives Act, which is Act number 43 of 1996. So this is the outline of this presentation. As I have mentioned, some of the things that I will talk to, some of the things that I would have ran through the slides. For instance, the mandate that is regulating National Archives to be responsible for sound record, mean shred records, right? Near colleagues? Oh, look at me. I'm in a training now. I'm asking you, right? Okay. So the from creation to disposal, meaning when the record reach a lifespan in your office, they need to either be disposed of or transferred to the National Archives. So that mandate, we are getting it from the National Archives Act. And Mr. Kekana, our national archivist, is charged with proper management and care in Section 13(1) of the Act, which stipulates that the National Archivist is charged with proper management and care of records that are created and held by governmental bodies. These records, they are regardless of format or media. Anything that you create within the institution for the continuity of the business or organization that you're currently working on is the responsibility of Mr. Kekana and Sis Kanye. Then comes Sis Tuli and all of us. The reason that you see us visiting your institution is to adhere to such mandate. So when we come visit you, please open doors, show us even those basements that you don't go to, so that we can advise and also assist in ensuring that you have sound records management. Now then, we have been preserving paper-based records at the National Archives, but now governmental bodies are creating records electronically. Either you digitizing, either you finalizing the entire document on your device, electronic device, and save it on either your ECM or EDRMS. That record is also the responsibility of the National Archives. So with the rise of digital records being created by governmental bodies, risk lies with the National Archives to preserve all those records. How are we going to preserve those records? The National Archives need to have a preservation system that will assist in ingesting all these records. As I have mentioned before, and the reason this study is the first presentation of this conference, is to give you assurance and affirmation that National Archives is doing something to ensure preservation of digital records. Other than this study, there are multiple studies at the National Archives investigating ingestion of records to ensure authenticity and reliability of those records that will be ingested in our systems. For us to assist and ensure that records are preserved accurately at the National Archives, we need to adopt the artificial intelligence technologies. These artificial intelligence technologies seems to bring solutions to archives and record management, as it has capacity to appropriately preserve records as they are being either transferred to National Archives or for future preservation, or which is a long-term preservation. Such AI technologies will assist National Archives in ensuring that all records that are in our systems are reliable and authentic at all times. This is why the study is investigating adoption of preservation of archival records, preservation of archival digital records at the National Archives. The context of the study remains that National Archives is regarded as the national key points of preserving national memory and advocates for proper records management. And it's not only me who's saying that. We as the National Archives, we are aware of that, but there have been studies that have been conducted to assure and affirm, because anything that is in writing is something that is that can be reliable, and it's something that you can refer to. So I have cited a very beautiful author. I don't want to attempt to say the surname, but it's projected. Section 13.2, Roman figure 3 of the National Archives Act stipulate that the National Archivist shall determine conditions to which electronic systems should be managed at the governmental bodies. We at the National Archives conduct trainings, and when we conduct trainings, we tell you about the systems, EDRMS systems and ECM systems that you can use, and how do you see that your system is as conforming or adhering to our pamphlets number 2, advisory pamphlet number 2 of the National Archives Act. So a system is not only a computerized system where you name document 1, document 2, document 3. There should be a certain way that you filing record according to the approved classification system, where disposal authorities are also included on that system, and also where audit trail are managed. In order to mitigate the risk around electronic records, Section 11.2 of the National Archives Act stipulates that public records earmarked for disposal as having archival value shall be transferred to an archive repository. This, you see it when you apply for a disposal authority through myself. Then we issue with a disposal authority earmarking records that are ephemeral in nature and those that are archival. So when you receive such disposal authority, it is your responsibility to ensure that records that are earmarked as ephemeral, they are distracted using the correct disposal authority. How disposal authorities are used, I'm available. My email address is also public. My official cell phone number is also public. You can check it on our website. I'll answer all questions. Since the National Archives has started digitizing their collections, it is the perfect time to implement AI to manage records for access and for preservation. Implementation of AI at the National Archives aims to improve service delivery through easy access, but mostly preservation for backup purposes. Furthermore, with implementation of AI, South Africa will assist the centralizing of records management within governmental bodies, because all systems will be integrated to talk to the one that we prescribe as National Archives. So with all the studies that are conducted, there should be a problem. The problem for this study, it's not only me who's saying that. There has been studies conducted under this topic or related topic where it has been proven that National Archives is unable to take in digital archives transfer for a long-term preservation as mandated by the Act that we are aware of. And our CIO is in the house and is taking note. One of the factors is lack of infrastructure to ingest digital archives into archival repository. Currently, we do have a system in place called Atom. Those that have engaged with us, we have shared with you what Atom does and how it can assist to secure and preserve digital records that are being created at the moment. We are still investigating and checking systems that are currently in place for only preservation of digital archives. Technologies such as AI in preservation of digital archives in the institution like NASA may not only bridge technological divide that is currently existing, but it can also aid in digital preservation system that is required to safeguard archival records. Such adoption and subsequent implementation of AI may help to facilitate smooth transfers of archival records held by governmental body. Despite their minimal archival capacity and necessary archival skills for preservation, AI will assist and come in to close in gaps that we are all facing as government of shortage of staff. Literature has also pointed historical archives held by governmental bodies that are at risk of being inaccessible. This is due to the media and storage medias that you are storing your records into. This is also due to technological obsolescence that is currently taking place due to the rise and growth of technology that we are using. So if you had records stored in a CD, you are in danger. Because even the DVDs at this point, when you go around looking for a DVD that plays CDs, it is a hassle. So technological obsolescence is also one of the biggest challenge that we have, so that we can have all records that you are creating as governmental body. Such AI technologies in archival spaces present an opportunity not to be missed by NASA in its bid to preserve records of enduring value. The purpose and objective of the study is shown in the screen. I will not go through them, but just for highlights is to assess current state. The chairperson is giving me messages. The purpose and objectives of the study. The purpose of the study is to investigate adoption of artificial intelligence for preservation of digital archives at the National Archives and Record Service of South Africa. One objective of the study, why do I want to do that, is to assess the current state of preservation of digital archives at NASA, to evaluate policies, legislative framework, standards guiding preservation of digital archives through AI at NASA, identify archival activities that can be performed by AI for preservation of digital records at National Archives, identify AI infrastructure that is required for preservation of digital archives at the National Archives, assess perception, how are you having perception on the adoption of artificial intelligence for preservation of digital records. As we are all here, we all have perception towards AI, what it can do, advantages and disadvantages. So those are the things that I'm investigating and want to see if we are moving forward and ensuring that we have this artificial intelligence. In that, I'll then propose a framework that can be implemented for application of AI to preserve digital archives at National Archives. Then there's been literature that has been outlined by many scholars that have published their work, and preservation of digital archive continue to be a challenge globally, and South Africa is not an exception. This is according to Dr. Vanessa Matope. As systems for merging digital records that are operated by governmental bodies are in silos and are not integrated with the institutional systems. So when you have such technologies, you need to have your system integrating with our system. That we are here to assist you in ensuring that you win in that sphere. While Dr. Madiba, Prof. Mwepe, Prof. Gulube encourages archivists and records management practitioners the need to employ disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence technologies to overcome difficulties associated with managing records and archives in public sector. Modiba 2021, who is my supervisor, stated that AI in records management refers to the application of automation and AI to enhance creation, classification, retention, retrieval, disposal of records. This does not mean we will not have work. It is there to enhance. We are still needed in the sector to assist and ensure that whatever that we feed into artificial intelligence to curate as information, as metadata, it's something that we are sure of for quality control. Mundiba and Shehula 2024 indicates that AI-embedded cloud computing technologies can store digital archives and records actively, and they can be protected through encrypted passwords and security codes for security purposes. Finally, Modiba 2022 outlined that when used properly, AI can digitize, also classify, provide maximum storage capacity, and get rid of records and manage record efficiently through guidance of human intervention also. Then this is the methodology that I am using to conduct the study. I'll not go through it. This study does not have findings, as it is still ongoing study. So the findings that are drawn for the study, it's findings that are based on literature, on what people and scholars have written about the problem that we have. So the findings are drawn from the themes of this research. Under policy and legislative framework that is currently existing in South Africa, Modiba 2021 and Masenya 2020 alluded that to manage records successfully and efficiently, a suitable legislative and policy framework is necessary. This study evaluates current legislative that my colleagues from Auditor General have outlined to see if it is aligning with the implementation of artificial intelligence in government as a whole. Updated policies and legislative framework that covers merging technologies and AI will allow proper preservation of archival records. Then we have findings on infrastructure. According to Shehula and Mwepe 2025, state that the lack of infrastructure, processes, and expertise makes it difficult for South African public to institutions to move their digital records to reliable digital repositories. Digital archives can be transferred for permanent preservation with the use of free open source software, which is called FOSS. That is something that I'm also currently investigating on how we can adopt it as National Archives to ensure proper preservation of digital archives. Even though Cabinet passed FOSS policy in 2003, electronic records of enduring value also need to be transferred to an archives. But because of the lack of infrastructure that is currently in place, this practice is not yet being established in South Africa. According to Drake 2017, FOSS is still developing in quickly developing quickly in information and communication technologies sector. Weber 2017 alluded that since NASA struggled with sustainable ways to manage the transfer and preservation of digital archives, he also advocated for force. So it is in our table as National Archives to investigate such systems to ensure that we align with the standardized procedures that is currently in place. Such factors contribute a successful adoption of artificial intelligence for preservation. There are activities that can be performed by artificial intelligence, but also we need to take into consideration that we as people, we are also needed to ensure and facilitate smooth transfers in terms of what we feed to those artificial intelligence technologies. What is it that we need them to curate, retrieve, and also ensure that it's what is talking to the metadata that we want to link it to. There are activities within archives and records management that can be performed by artificial intelligence, such as accessibility of material, productivity, security, and compliance. This is confirmed by Modiba 2025, where he stipulated that these activities involves everything that we are currently doing, which is creation, capture, organizing, classification, storage, access, retrieval, and disposal of record in a manner that preserve their value and utility over time. NASA is currently responsible for such activities and for improvement of service in the 5th Industrial Revolution. The adoption of artificial intelligence for preservation of digital archives is key. Challenges that we are facing as National Archives together with the governmental bodies as our clients is the issue of trustworthiness within records that have been created because of the systems that are being used within governmental bodies. Some of the systems are not authentic and they are not authenticated in terms of them adhering to advisory pamphlet number 2. Improper record keeping within governmental bodies. What we see when we conduct inspections is not what we see, it's not what we want to see on the system once artificial intelligence have been implemented. Garbage in, garbage out. Support of seniors in implementing technologies for improved services. We need senior management to endorse such improvements so that we can move with times. We are in the 5th Industrial Revolution, and for us to hold back because we don't want to let go of the things that we knew is not fair for the generation that is upcoming. We need to provide all that we can. And we also need to upskill as records managers and archivists. We need to also level up with what we know and what we use as feeding tool to the service that we are providing to the governmental bodies and the public. So upskilling does not mean that you need to deviate from what you are doing, but also it needs you to enhance so that you can provide for what is needed. In conclusion, it is evident that the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies may present a new dawn for National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, especially when it comes to preservation of digital archives. Due to its benefits in archival institutions such as National Archives, adoption of artificial intelligence should also be encouraged to other archival bodies such as provincial archives, because the National Archives is entrusted with leading and also supporting provincial archives. What we do is also what the provincial archives will do. Creating agencies such as governmental departments in South Africa may as well need to be encouraged to adopt and use artificial intelligence for proper preservation of digital records that you are currently creating within your governmental body. Artificial intelligence may aid in providing National Archives with trustworthy digital records, such as effective backup of records through cloud storage facility, and serve as entrance in robotic machines. With all that being said, colleagues, this is the end of my study. Thank you.
Okay, another round of applause for my colleague. Okay, thank you so much. With that being said, colleagues, you understand when we say we need artificial intelligence to assist us, not to replace us. Ne? Therefore, my colleague here just made recommendations, and I'm happy that Mr. Kekan, the National Archivist, was listening, and I'm hoping that the findings and recommendations will be implemented as such. Is that in order, sir? Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Colleagues, in the interest of time, allow me to call upon another speaker who is available close to us, which is Dr. Paul Mullen. Dr. Paul Mullen is an information governance consultant and trainer with over 40 years experience in information management. He has BCom Hons, MBA, CIP, ICGP, Fellow of Institute of Information Management, FIIM, Honorary PhD in records and information management, certified change practitioner. He has been involved in ISO standards development in document and records management since 2001. Let us please welcome our presenter. Over to you.
Good afternoon, I think, everybody. And it's always a privilege and a pleasure to present to audiences like this. I'm going to talk about AI, and the focus is going to be on what we can call intelligent document processing. And that traditionally is the scanning, the OCR, the character recognition, the forms recognition, transferring paper documents into an electronic environment, into something that we can use electronically. And how do I connect it? And as we go through, I'll start with what is AI, and it'll be a very quick definition. You're going to hear lots about AI, and I think everybody now has a pretty good idea of what AI is, and I think there's also a lot of confusion. I'll talk about intelligent document processing and how AI can assist. One of the key messages that I'm going to drive home strongly is AI can only work with data. So if we have paper documents, AI can't assist with that. So our initial journey is to get it into a format that we can do something with, but hopefully it's going to come out strongly enough that that's not enough. We have to get it into a format that AI can use. And then I'm going to talk about AI broader than that and for the records and archives fraternity. So if we try and describe AI, and what I did is I went to AI to say, what is AI? And I thought, let ChatGPT come up with its own definition. And ChatGPT is just one version of AI, and that has many different levels and versions and functionalities, so this is just a tiny bit of it. So it's creating intelligent machines, intelligent obviously is an interesting word, that can perform tasks that typically require human thought. And it allows humans, or the intent is to get machines to perceive, to identify and expose patterns from information, to learn and to solve problems, to predict things and to allow us to take action on it. And you'll see many, many iterations of this, and today I'm not going to try and go through all of that. But you will see things like photos, videos, music. I've been generating songs. Within 2 minutes I can create a song about this conference. Maybe we should be doing that sometime during the session. But the key thing is here, AI can do many things. So what is it? It can do text mining. It can go through vast quantities of data, deep learning, big data, go through massive quantities of data at speeds that we can't conceive of. So if we think of going through an archive, if that archive was electronic, AI can go through it extremely fast and start to extract summaries, information, classification that would take us years to do. And it could do that in minutes. So understanding and going and analyzing vast quantities of data. Robotic process automation is doing mundane, dull, repetitive tasks. Picking up this document and moving it over there. Opening up a spreadsheet, looking at the first line, copying and pasting it and putting it into another document. That's mundane. That adds no value. AI is extremely good at those sort of things. Deep learning, going into all of this massive quantity of data, extracting stuff from it, and then applying it to other data. So deep, big data. Machine learning talks about the ability of machines to learn over time. So it's not just doing the same thing. It learns from its mistakes. And there are various models and mechanisms and techniques that we can use whereby we can put one machine against the other one. So this one says this is good, and the next machine says no, it's bad. And then they can argue amongst each other to see which one is the correct answer. So it gets better and better over time. You've probably all been exposed to some form of voice recognition, natural language processing. And if you think of an archive, think of the ability of going into an archive, not only automatically transcribing it, so turning it into text, turning a oral history, taking somebody talking to an audience, taking that, transcribing it, and then translating it. So we're also seeing the ability to make it available to multiple different audiences. And then clearly IDP I'll talk about today. Just to reiterate, what you're seeing in red here, AI can only work with data. So one of the first things we want to do if we want to get benefit from AI in our records environment is to convert those records to electronic. Sadly, it's one of the things we have to do. It's the first starting point. But just by scanning it doesn't mean you've got any value from it. You've just got an electronic document instead of a paper document. So the next step is then to use AI to go through all of those, to do some form of character recognition, to understand it, and then once it's done that character recognition, to be able to then say, well, this is an invoice, this is a correspondence between this person and that person. It's a file plan reference number, allocate reference numbers, allocate retention periods to it. But it starts with the data, and that data must be of a high enough quality that it can do something with it. Hopefully, we're already starting to see some of the potential benefits. One of the main, I think, benefits and challenges, and we're going to see this benefit and challenge discussion happening a number of times over these 2 days. There are multiple data sources. So if you've got microfilm, you could digitize that microfilm, but you still then have to do something with the data. If you've got paper documents, you have to scan them, then do something with the data. If you've got faxes, again, you could scan them. So we're seeing multiple different data types, and I'm going to explain that could get worse and worse over time. We take that input, those data types, the content from those data types, and we put it into an engine, an AI model or program that we want to do something with it. And then we're going to produce new output. And that output itself, summaries of minutes, extracts from board meetings, minutes taken from a board meeting, those all need to be quality controlled and checked because those might be created by AI itself. So not only are we using our existing data, we're converting it in some mechanism, and we're getting new data as a result that also needs to be managed. So if we think of what we would traditionally call intelligent document processing, forms recognition, an application for a service, an invoice, any form that's produced by an insurance company, a bank, a statement, anything, it could be anything. Exams. Fortunately, we're at Unisa, so the ability to take a look at an exam result, a multiple choice exam is easy for AI to do, and probably 100%. We have to say this form says it's this exam, This person is marked yes, no, or A, B, C, D, and produce a result almost instantaneously. Optical character recognition talks about managing text. And very often, if you see something like a PDF document, that was converted from a word processor, like Microsoft Word or Google Docs. So the ability to convert that back to data is almost 100%. But you might also get things like scanned contracts, where it's still text, but maybe the quality is not so good. But we're talking about optical character recognition, converting text to data. Intelligent character recognition, we're now talking about converting handwriting. Let's add in the one that's not even there, which is voice recognition, video recognition. That's not part of intelligent document processing. But I think the reality is that more and more of our records might be going more audiovisual, so we need to have the ability to apply the same principles to those two. Then we have things like barcode recognition, QR codes, and clearly that technology exists. It's been around a long time, and it's powerful, and it's very accurate. What we're seeing AI doing is both increase the speed, increase the accuracy, and allow us to do more things with it. So a lot of what I'm saying here isn't new. A lot of this has been around for a long time. And then things like optical mark recognition. In my example of the multiple choice exam, that would be a good example of optical mark recognition, or OMR. So on the right-hand side, things like auto-classify. This is an invoice from this particular service provider on this date with this amount. And then take that and put it into your ERP system, into PASL or BAS or whatever it might be. Auto-index, it's an invoice. It is a file plan reference number, so auto-classify. Because we can auto-classify, we can automatically allocate the correct retention period. And we can then start to populate our EDRMS with those retention periods. And I've said file plan references. One of the key things we need to be aware of as we go forward is, as records managers, we're comfortable with dealing with paper. We're getting more comfortable dealing with electronic documents and records, but the reality is those are still things that look like a document. It looks like that thing that we're comfortable with, which in the past was a physical paper. And all I want to highlight here is, as we move more into, whether we want to call it the fifth industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution, the reality is we have many more artifacts, many more types of information that we need to manage, and AI is generating its own new types that we need to manage too. So I've put some things here, but things like call logs, automatic things coming from systems, audit trails. We want that audit trail to be managed as a record, system generated, with things like automated vehicles. We're going to have audit logs as to how they made those decisions, why they made the decisions. If you have some process whereby you're evaluating, for example, applicants for a job, and you scan them all and then it quickly throws out the 90% of them who aren't applicable, you need to keep those rules as evidence. Why did you make this decision in terms of PADJA or some other legislation? So we're seeing that things like the rules by which the AI tools are designed, the decisions that they make and how they derived at those decisions are becoming new records that we need to consider managing into the future. And I just highlight here is many of those records currently aren't under our control. And it was mentioned this morning, the relationship between IT and records management is going to get stronger and stronger. It has to. So other information, the data sets, the input documents that were used to derive a decision. Obviously the output from AI, and I've used simple examples of minutes generated by AI. Many of you would have been onto a Teams meeting and you'd have seen something which said AI or read AI, and that's something that's creating minutes in the background, and those need to be potentially managed as records. But we need to also recognize that they were created by AI. So one of our index fields, one of our classification schemes should be author, and possibly that author is an AI robot. So there might be less intervention at the time the records are created. And you've probably already seen it, documents being created by AI. It's becoming so much more prevalent these days, and we need to know and understand that. So I've just highlighted that there are new records that might be generated. I think from an archive profession, this slide is probably one of the most important things. If I look to one of the difficulties in managing an EDRMS is indexing, getting users to index things correctly into the system. And very often that index is a drop-down or it's a name. It's limited. And we index things and it gets boxed into that category. One of the things that AI is going to allow us to do is to look at things from multiple different facets. So for example, here, we could say within this document, there are key sentences that we want to extract. We might, and think of an abstract. Atom was mentioned this morning. If you look at something like Atom, if you look at an Archival, NES, you want to have some repository where people want to see what is this about, you can get AI to create those abstracts for you. Those are time consuming, and that's where AI really could help. If there are multiple people referred to in a document, do you classify it against one person? Who do you classify it against? And AI is going to allow us to classify it against multiple people, multiple places, multiple events, multiple dates, all of which might be important to give us full context of this particular archival item. And I think in the previous discussion, we started to talk about digital preservation. AI is going to allow us to search across repositories, find all the information that exists about certain matters, analyze it, summarize it, and allow us to do things like identify what's missing. Are there missing CVs in employee files, for example? And then automating triggers. Here are records that are now of a certain date. They're due for disposal. They're due for transfer. Create a transfer list. So a lot of things that can happen using AI. And then we can produce lists. What are the types of formats we have in our systems? What have we got that's in old versions of Microsoft Word? What have we got that's in Excel? Do we have things in older versions that might be at risk of digital technology obsolescence? We can start to look at patterns. How often are records used? Do we have things that are actually never used again? So do we then move those from an active to a semi-active state? So I just call that here appraisal within appraisal. So we're talking about mini appraisals to allow us to have more information about that information. And then going onto the internet, so we can get AI to go and say, what are the new technologies that are emerging? What are the new technologies that are at risk? What should we be aware of? Creating digital preservation plans and technology refreshes and technology watches. So I think I'm going to skip over this slide here. It just highlights that regardless of whether we talk about the records life cycle or we're talking about the continuum theory, the reality is that records are created, they need to be classified, they're used, they're shared, they might need to be transferred, they might need to be disposed, they might be repurposed. All of that needs to be taken into account, and I think we can use AI to assist with any one of those. I mentioned robotic process automation, and the key thing here is this is not to take over your jobs, but it can assist with those things which really add no value. And if we think like that, I think we can use it effectively. Automatic classification, I've spoken about it, and we can classify according to retention, according to file plans, and according to sensitivity classes. As I've said, we can really get AI to understand our information better. And I'm going to just highlight this slide here, and then I'll end. If we look at one of the biggest challenges that I see in government is, and it's probably because of a disconnect between IT and records, if there are transactions taking place in your ERP system, in your financial system, the only time that records might ever look at the content within those systems is at the audit. And that's far too late. So something we could use AI for is on a daily basis, look to your financial system, extract a report. Here are all the transactions that took place. Here are the amounts. Here's who they were approved by. Here are all the documents that should be in place for each one of those transactions. Where are they? go into our EDRMS, produce an exception report. So and I'm talking to the AGSA, those of you here, every day you could have a good idea which records are going to pose a problem a year down the line in the audit. Okay. And then lastly, it's entirely up to you how much you embrace this technology, whether it becomes something that you can use to enhance your own daily working, to enhance your organization's working, or do you see it as something that you're just going to fight against? It really is your choice. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we please give him another round of applause, please? Just in brief, this colleagues reminds me of the workload that goes into the records management team. Your EDRMS, you want to use it. No, we don't want the paper anymore. We want to digitize. And with that being said, you don't have a file plan. Where will you get the records when the AG comes? Because even if they're in the electronic environment, you still need them. Therefore, even with the records management, the National Records Management Forum that we have, there's minutes that are generated, and Libon is supposed to be capturing that while you're asking me about the status of your file plans. Therefore, maybe AI can be integrated into this process so that we are actually relieved. So that was very profound, Doctor. Thank you. So our next presenter is virtual, and I'm told she is ready. And is Ms. Nosiseko Mayekiso. And she is the Chief Registry Clerk at the Department of Agriculture, Eastern Cape, Joe Kabi region since 2023 to present, and has studied postgraduate diploma in archives and records management at the University of Fort Hare in 2015. And she's going to be presenting about rethinking records management in the multiverse, leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in South Africa. Over to you. And we can, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible, colleagues?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Oh. All right, thank you very much. As I have been mentioned, that I am Ms. Mayekiso Nosiseko from Department of Agriculture. And the topic that has been chosen is rethinking records management in the multiverse, leveraging artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in South Africa. Then the subtopic that I have chosen is environmental sustainability in records management. Firstly, environmental sustainability in records management, what it involves practices that minimizes the ecological footprint of creating, sorting, and disposing of e-records. What basically we mean about the ecological footprint is the use of e-paper records. So the ecological awareness and practices aims to minimize the harm to the environment and promote the long-term sustainability of records. However, the manufacturing of e-paper consumes a significant time and amounts of water and energy. So, however, the paper from responsibly managed forest and recycled materials can be sustainable. Now I'll move to the next slide. As I have mentioned that we environmental sustainability in records management. Now we are looking in the context of ecological footprint. We have the digitization of the records. In digitization of the records, our aim is to use a digital platform to reduce the paper use through documentation of through digital documentation. Also, we have cloud storage whereby we are minimizing the physical storage of e-needs. And also we've got all recycling, whereby it also includes the proper disposal and recycling of paper records. There are benefits in using the digitization system because the digitization system, it eliminates the need for a physical storage of e-records. And also there is the fast access of e-records, so you can retrieve your records faster. And also there is a reduced risk of your records being lost or damaged when they are stored digitally because they have a backup. And also they are economically friendly because the use of paper is limited. Next slide. So we are looking now at the context of sustainability. Ecological considerations focus on preserving natural ecosystems, biodiversity, and ecological balance, of which they include conservation, sustainable resource management, ecosystem services, and climate change meditation. So now the use of sustainable records, we use in sustainable records in order for us to cut costs. Because remember, when we are going paperless, we want to save the costs, and it reduces the environmental impact, it protects the environment, and also it boosts the efficiency. Then there are specific practices of sustainable records by implementing a digital-first policies, of which this refers to the prioritizing of digital records to reduce the paper use, as I have mentioned earlier. And also the use of cloud storage, whereby it reduces the physical needs and the energy use, and automating records management, which boosts the efficiency and reduce human error, of which this statement refers to that. It makes it easier to use a digital platform for easy retrieval of a document and accuracy of the records. And conducting irregular audits, which it helps to auditors to identify areas to reduce waste and improve sustainability, as we earlier had in our aging in this session. So basically, in conclusion, a paperless approach is more suitable because it aligns with the principle of a circular economy, whereby your resources are reused and recycled. By discussing it digital, or by focusing on the digital records and minimizing physical materials, our department can contribute to a more sustainable economic model that prioritizes environmental resource conservation. Therefore, sustainable data management is essential for reducing environmental impacts, which includes data retention policies to minimize data storage. As Okuma in 2020 says that, excessive data retention not only consumes physical and digital resources, but it also complicates compliance efforts. And it goes back to to the specific practices of sustainable records, which is conducting irregular audits, whereby we say that it's going to help your auditors or even things audits to identify areas whereby there needs to be a reduction of waste and improve its sustainability. So by adopting sustainable practices in records management, such as transitioning to digital systems, reducing paper usage, and implementing energy efficient storage solutions, our organization and department can significantly decrease their carbon footprint and contribute to a more sustainable future for our records. Thank you very much.
All right, that makes my life easy. Thank you so much for not allowing me to use my powers of being a pit bull. It allows for the other speakers to have time as well, because we are running out of time.
Management, essential.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that, for the wonderful presentation. But colleagues, we know that we are digitizing records, but maybe just something that is just for your thoughts or just something that you can think about is that even though we are very happy and excited of digitizing our records, are we digitizing them and storing them in the cloud for backup and destroying all the physical records? The AG is also here, so they are also here. So, yeah, so colleagues, that is just to highlight that it is important to also remember our physical records that we have, because you can understand some of the disasters that we see, especially the fires that are actually frustrating in our sector. You've seen the examples of Jamestown Home Affairs. Luckily, I've just heard on the news that there were no records that were destroyed there. And there's also SARS, our parliament, the Jaga Library, and as well as the KZN floods that happened. So if we want to digitize, let us do that and move with times. But let us remember that the National Archives is still there to receive those transfers from you to keep it for other generations to come. So with that being said, colleagues, allow me to call upon our next presenter. Our next presenter is going to be talking about, and she's looking at me. Yes, be ready. She's talking about bridging the skills gap, training records management practitioners for artificial intelligence integration in South Africa. And her name is Dr. Vanessa Matope from the University of South Africa. So we can give her a round of applause before I call her on the podium. So Dr. Vanessa Neo Matope is a lecturer in the Department of Information Science at the University of South Africa and the Secretary General for the South African Society of Archivists. So the issues of women empowerment, our month, let me cook. We are still cooking. I'm on the podium. It's been women. Yeah, sorry, sir. Apologies. We see you. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Information Science, a Master of Information Science, a Bachelor of Information Science Honors, a Bachelor of Information Science, and a higher certificate in Archives and Records Management, all from the University of South Africa. She has further enhanced her expertise through various short courses, including basic archives and records management, intermediate archives and records management, advanced archives and records management, file plan implementation training, of course, from the mother. and best practices in electronic records management and digital archiving. She has published 4 articles in accredited journals, over 40 newsletter articles, and including weekly highlights, and authored 2 books. So, over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So it just highlights that we must continue to be educated. So women in business, I'm setting the standard. Ne? Yeah, so if you don't have an honors degree, a PhD, how do you sleep? Hmm? Come back. Yes. Take. Sure.
I have learned from the SABC that when the presenters are misbehaving, they would always say, the views of Livon are not those of the SABC. So I would just like to make that very same disclaimer that the views of Livon about honors degrees and earlier comments about accidents, they are not mine. I think, like most colleagues, until 2022, I thought AI was something that was very far away from me, just like COVID. I was convinced that COVID would only affect people that were traveling out of the country. So since I was working in the mailroom and even the colleagues in the organization did not want to work in the mailroom, I thought, why would AI want to work in the mailroom? My job is safe. Everybody else's jobs might be on the line, but mine is safe. Until one day we were called to a staff meeting and the acting manager for the department said to us, change is coming and AI is also coming and it's going to take all your jobs. And like, everybody else but us, we are in the mailroom, we are safe. And then one Friday afternoon, I was just sitting, preparing to go home and boom, retrenchment letter in my inbox. And then I was like, yo, AI is really coming. But as much as I am team AI now, I believe in good AI, not the robotic 4IR artificial intelligence that took people out of jobs. I believe in collaborative robots that work with us and make our jobs easier. Hence, I believe that it is necessary for us to bridge the skills gap and train the records management practitioners for AI integration in the country. Because whether we like it or not, it is here. So we need to learn to work with it. Okay. So how I came to be interested in AI and things that were related to artificial intelligence. I found myself in a task team at work that was supposedly meant to fix the records management processes of an organization. But in that task team, thank you, there were no people from the records management office. The team had about 20 people in it, and about 10 of those guys were from project management office. Others were from change management and a whole lot of other business analysts. They all specialized in different things, as I was told. And because I like to write, I had been writing articles in the organization's newsletter. So I found myself in that task team. But as much as I was there and I held a master's degree, these colleagues from change management and Mr. X, who was the task team leader. I still don't know what qualifications he held or what his role was on the task team. He would say to me, what does somebody who's registered for a master's degree in mailroom processes do? And I had to explain that my master's degree is in information science and I specialize in records management, not mailroom processes. But it's just one of those things that went through this year and out the other year. So while I was on this task team, they decided that they were going to get a robot, the 4IR robot, not the collaborative robots that I like. So what they agreed on, the business analysts and the people from the project management office, was that the people who worked in the mailroom, which is what we call the registry, most of us, were just a waste of space. There's no nice English of putting it. That's what they said to us. So they said, we are going to get a robot. This robot is going to open these letters and distribute this and you guys can all go home. So we said, okay, but you do know that whatever you do must be aligned with the National Archives Act. What does it say about AI and robots? And they were like, what is that? So I said, colleagues, it's been nice. I was part of that task team for 3 weeks and then I left. I said, I think I would rather invest my time in writing a thesis that will give you guys a step-by-step approach as to how you can use these robots wisely without retrenching people or without thinking that you can just receive documents. I'm scared to say this other word because it will go back to what Livon said. You can just receive documents via email. Like Dr. Mellon said, it was a paper-based environment. So even if you got a robot, the robot would have to come and scan the documents quickly so that they now become electronic. But when you work with people from project management and ICT people in that organization, when you say we need electronic records, they go and buy laptops and give to staff. And then during COVID, when we are all at home and the records are in the organization, we sit there with the laptops, but we still can't access the records. So the work stops. So as much as the organization was paper-based, there was this misconception that if there was a robot there, it would do away with all the records management challenges that the organization was faced with, which is not true. And I had the pleasure and the privilege of disproving that narrative in my thesis. So as we are gathered here today with this conference theme, it is clear to all of us that the new dawn of records management is here. So we can no longer just sit in the mailrooms and open envelopes and put the contents of the envelopes back to the envelope. We need to learn new skills. We need to speak differently because we are here now in the 5IR. So how do we bridge this skills gap between us and the robots to make sure we speak the same language? We need to modernize the curriculum. In the same way, we are able to do short courses in basic archives and records management. We need to have courses that focus on AI in records management so that it's not just a talk shop. We keep saying there's machine learning, there's that. They need to be incorporated in the short courses that we have already in records management. And then we need to be shown how we can adopt and embrace AI without losing our jobs to it. I believe that as records management professionals, we still have a long way to go as far as professionalizing our field. Because even if you have a master's degree or a PhD, people will still call you the mailroom doctor. They will reduce you to something very small, which is not equivalent to the qualification that you have done. So we need to speak the language that these ICT people are speaking, so that when they now buy things for us, when they buy infrastructure that we can use, that will be embedded with these AI tools, we are able to say to them, I need this automated classification algorithm that is going to do this and that. Because we've been too quiet for too long and things have been done for us, it looks like what we do is not, it's not a professional job. It's just one of those things, a by the way kind of thing. So we need to learn the language and to professionalize our work so that people take us serious. We also need to collaborate. I am glad that I'm presenting in the same session as Dr. Mellon, because it shows that this conference was well thought of, because as you can see, we've got somebody from National Archives, him from the industry, and me somewhere in the middle. So yeah, we need this kind of collaboration so that we can move forward. But as I said earlier, that with AI, it also needs to be governed. Records management is governed. With everything that we do, we always go back to the National Archives Act and the records management policy of the National Archives. So unless we get to a point where those have been updated to include the use of AI or the application thereof in records management, we cannot really adopt it in its entirety. We can use it for some aspects of records management, but not the whole records management process. So it will need to be a decision that comes from organizations to say, based on the existing legislation, which is the National Archives Act, and the organization's legislation, which parts of the records management process can AI be applied to? Because now we are not able to adopt it entirely for all the processes. Now, if we've got skilled professionals, we are going to be able to confidently participate in this digital transformation through AI. So this means that, again, as much as we have records management training sessions, like the one that is offered by the National Archives, they would need to go back now and embed AI training into it to say, as a records manager, this is how far you can go with this AI, and these are the limits. Because sometimes if we overdo things, they will just backfire. Now, as we move forward, I would like to say that I am confident that we are dealing with a new generation of records management professionals. Back in the days, there was just one word that scared all of us, and that was restructuring. We knew that if the organization is restructuring, we are all in trouble. So now they have added artificial intelligence into that. So the same way we dealt with restructuring by acquiring new skills and improving ourselves to make sure that when they restructure, they put you in a different business unit. We need to learn how to work with AI and how to make AI work for us. Because after all, the definition of AI is that it mimics human behavior. So I believe that we are the humans in this records management profession. With those little words, I'm scared of the chair. I would like to say, ke a leboga the people.
Yeah, it's important to set the tone. The pit bull has spoken, and the mail room doctor is listening to the chairperson of the session. Thank you so much. I would like to Give a round of applause to our presenter. That was so practical and simplified. And I'm happy also to indicate that I'm also your trainer for records management. And with that, you also receive a certificate signed by the National Archivist himself. So the recommendations that are made here of embedding AI to our trainings are very much welcome. So we'll talk later on. So it's sharp, ne? Yeah, we need to reach out to a lot of people. So with that being said, colleagues, let us move to the next presenter. Thank you. Our next presenter is online. Good to go. Okay, thank you. The presentation is on about harnessing the power of knowledge graphs through digitalization, exploring innovative approaches for extracting and visualizing knowledge from historical documents by Dr. Sri Ganesh Totembudi. Is it Totembudi or Tote? But hey, please rectify online. Apologies for that. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think, good afternoon. Everyone is maybe hungry. I don't want to take much time. So briefly, I am going to present my work. It is actually a few practical AI-based digital technology tools, which we have developed in Germany here with our collaborative partners. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Yeah. 1 second, I'm going to share my presentation and slides. I hope you can see my slides as well. Yeah, this is a small presentation about how we can use artificial intelligence to make a machine read all archives and retrieve the information, and finally it will generate some kind of data visualization, right? So like people don't have time to read all the information, right? Whatever there in the text. Rather than people have interested to visualize this thing. That is actually the main concept of this presentation. I'm going to minimize this one. Okay, so this is a brief index. We are discussing here about actually what is digitalization and a little bit knowledge graphs and documents and machine readability. And after that, how we can use semantic web technology if the document is read by a machine. Okay, and ontologies and RDS. And if time permits, I will show you a few demos of our project. This is actually my brief presentation. So you can see in developing countries like India or African countries and some of Asian countries, there's a lot of paperwork, right? So we are doing paperwork and keeping all the documents in our offices, right? So for generally in politicians in India, if they do some scams, so finally, while the government change, they simply burn all the documents. Okay, so we are losing, whereas we can escape with all the scams, so on, right? So documentation management is really a challenging thing, right? Every day we have generating huge amount of documents. So now the real thing is how we can process these documents, right? If I give a document to a human being, he has to read the document, he can understand the document, and he can understand in the sense there are two ways of understanding. So seeing the document and structurally understanding. The second thing is thematically or contextually understanding, right? So here in the project, in our presentation, I am talking about a contextual understanding. A machine can understand all the document and contextually. So this is it's generally in traditional way. This is how different kind of people are managing these documents. So due to the time constraint, I am skipping the not going deep into a traditional ways, and rather than how we can use this artificial intelligence to read these documents, right? So I will explain a little bit a theoretical way, right? For example, nowadays you and me, I think no one can see me before, right? But we are connected, right? So I am associated with Unisa. You are also now attending a conference which is organized by Unisa. So there is a connection, right? At the same time, I am giving a talk in the documentation management, AI documentation management conference, and you are attending the conference. So there is another connection. I am a human, you are also a human, right? There is third connection. Okay, I know Swahili language, so there are some people who can speak Swahili language. There is third connection, right? So if you have n number of documents, right? So how these entities are connected in the documents? Is it possible to visualize these things? For example, now we are talking about women empowerment. Yeah. So just for fun, I am saying, okay, one woman, she had around maybe 10 houses in Johannesburg. Yeah. So maybe she is changing her name and buying a new houses. Maybe she is cheating the government. Is it possible to detect such kind of things if all the documents are available in digital format? So that is actually, we are talking about AI and AI, but is it possible to use this AI for the social welfare? Is it possible to use this AI to detect the corruption? Is it possible to use this AI to make a good governance? Yeah. So that is actually my main concentration. So you can see there are a lot of documents. AI is, don't think that, oh, it is doing some kind of magic or something. It's not like that actually. If you give a document a human being, how his brain is processing that a normal document, we are making a replica of that to understand in digitally, right? So here, one of our previous speaker raised an interesting question. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about digitalization. What is digitalization? So if you have a document, if you make a photo of the document, or if you scan a document, do you think is it really a digitalization? Machine can't read the document, right? If you take a small letter as a photo, that is just like a photo which contains pixels. Machine doesn't know what is it. Machine doesn't know who is it, right? So the real digitalization means if you take a photo, if you any PDF, machine should read the document. Machine has to understand the document. Understand in the sense, first structurally it has to understand, hey, here there is a person name. Oh, here they mention some kind of amount. This is actually a village name. This is actually a organization name. Okay. So by reading the whole document, machine can make some kind of conclusion. This whole document is related to some kind of financial property which belongs to so-and-so guy located in Pretoria and so-and-so address. If machine understand like that, then it is actually real digitalization with AI. Don't think that just if you make a small PDF or copy scan, it is not a digitalization. Machine can't read it, right? So if we have such kind of thing, we can generate knowledge graphs. Okay, we can see here, guys, actually. Okay, imagine while you are reading a book, right? This is a small book, a page. Once you read the book, you can understand the concept, you can understand the context, and you can write some notes, right, on behind the thing. Maybe after 10 years, you open the same book and you can see the notes, And you don't need to read all the documents. By reading the notes, you can understand, okay, by reading the notes, you can understand what topics were discussed in the book, right? So it is saving a lot of time. In the same way, now every government organization, maybe historical departments and archives managements, they have huge archives, right? I am requesting everyone, don't don't think that, don't minimize your wisdom. Just scanning the document is a digitalization. That is a big mistake, actually. Scanning a document is just making an image. Yeah, you can convert that into a machine-readable format. Then you can develop some trained data to understand what is the context, right? So, if you have such kind of thing, you can generate all the knowledge graphs from the ancient text. For example, now imagine there is a library. Yeah, how many people are going to library? We don't have time, right? We have interested in mobiles and apps and games, right? So, what is the relationship between? Just for example, I would like to ask a question. Yeah, I want to know what is the relationship between Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi. Hardly when your school people, your teacher said maybe 10 points or some 11 points, you remember that same thing, right? But you may have a number of national libraries, right? You may have some museums, okay? Is it possible to connect these libraries, which contains ancient archives documents, and the museums, which contains real objects? For example, if you go to a museum, take a photo of that object, or maybe the object has some reference, take the reference of the object, enter into your mobile, machine will retrieve all the information which is relevant to that one. Hey, this object, it was mentioned in this book, located in this library, in this page, they mentioned something about this. So it lists out all the information in one screen. That is actually knowledge graphs, where you can preserve permanently all your culture. What is the South African culture? How it is different from Namibia culture? How many people are there? How one guy is connected to another guy? How many connections they have? Everything you can see with the knowledge graphs. For example, this is a simple example I am showing. So if you ask a Google, who is Neil Armstrong? So you can see in Google a number of links, right? Neil Armstrong, something, blah, 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 maybe 1,000 links or 2,000 links you can see. But you don't need to have you have to read all the links. You have to go through all the links to understand. But if you have a machine-readable digitalization data, if you ask machine like a ChatGPT, in ChatGPT also you have to read. But in knowledge graphs, machine will generate a graph. If you ask machine who is Neil Armstrong, it will generate, hey, Neil Armstrong, he's an astronaut. Before that, he was a test pilot. But an astronaut, a test pilot must be a person, right? This person may be born to man and woman. Okay, if he is a person, he must have a birth date and death date. If he is a pilot, astronaut, which is connected to Apollo 11, which has a crew number of 3, the 3 people are also humans. So you can see the networking is spreading a lot, right? So this is the beauty of knowledge graphs. See, why I am saying this one is, everyone is saying we have ancient history and culture. We have all these things, right? But how can you prove your uniqueness? How you are different from others? Right? So people don't have time to read all the documents, and people don't have time to represent their culture and to represent to history, right? So then the AI can help you to generate this type of graphs and show your unique thing. So here I am briefly describing a project which is funded by our German government. See guys, actually, development is not with AI, not with technology. Development is first give respect to your culture, give respect to heritage, and try to promote or try to bring your culture and your uniqueness according to technology, right? People are now busy, very busy. They're neglecting everything, right? So, but now it is the time where you can use your AI to bridge the gap between technical and non-technical departments. This is a project from German government. You can see the Germans thirst to prove their knowledge, right? Let's see. In 18th century, in 15th century, there is a university here in Germany, University of Göttingen, right? In 15th century, there was a professor His name is John Frederick Blumenbach. Okay, he was an anthropology professor. In 15th century, what he did is he wrote letters throughout the world, just postal letters, right? And he gathered all these skulls, bones, everything throughout the world. Yeah. So these objects are located in the museum. The letters are located in the library. Based on these objects, he wrote around 77,000 pages. See this, 77,000 pages, handwritten book in 15th century, how human evaluation happened, right? That is actually classical German language. So now we develop a AI system. Even current German people, they can't read this document because it is a classical German language. And moreover, it is an anthropology document. It contains a lot of ancient Latin, Greek, and other languages as well. So now our task is, machine has to read these ancient documents and retrieve the signs, hidden signs from the documents. So if the objects, the bones, everything is located, everything is located in the museum. So the books and letters are located in the library. If a person go to the museum, scan the number, and immediately machine retrieve, hey, about this object, there are 77,000 pages. This page was mentioned about this object. This page, he explained the scientific context of this object. So everything we can visualize at one page, right? So this is how we have to do digitalization. If you simply scan, machine can't read it. It is not at all a digitalization. If you make it readable, machine readable, which is called as TEI. I will show you in a few minutes a real digitalization library of ancient Indian literature, which was developed by Germans. Yeah, you can't see any PDF. Everything is machine readable. We need such kind of machine readable documents. Okay, this is actually an introduction to about my Semantic Blumenbach project. We are using basically machine readable. The scan first, we have to do scanning of the 77,000 pages, and after that we did OCR, optical character recognition. Then we converted into TEI initiation, like text encoding initiation. That means every person, every name, every place was annotated like this. Oh, sorry. I am getting some kind of noisy. Yeah. Is it okay with you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you can see, guys, this is the objects, these are the letters, this is the image of the whole book. Okay, so I don't want to, this is actually a whole architecture of this project where you can read this document and convert it into TEI, and finally machine can do some kind of data visualization. This is called as a semantic web stack. So now actually we have to do this archivization and data visualization with the context of semantic web technologies. So everyone, you and me, everyone is somehow directly or indirectly connected to internet, right? So
Sorry, doctor. You have 3 minutes remaining. Doctor, can you still hear us? We have lost you.
So guys, now we can see here, we have a semantic web stack. So we have internet. Internet has, for example, your archived. Yeah. I can hear you.
Can you still hear us? We are losing you from our side, and you have only 1 minute. The pit bully is in charge. You have a minute, doctor.
Still, I can hear you.
Wrap up, please. But we have lost you.
Okay, okay. So you can see here finally. Okay. Yeah, sure, sure. Thank you. Yeah. So you can see here all the output. Yeah. If there is an object here, you can see the output like this. Finally, I am going to stop it here. We can generate such kind of real digitalization of manuscripts, and I am stopping the screen, and you can see some tools. Yeah, guys, as I explained here earlier, the real digitalization means not a PDF, not an image. You can see here, this is actually a big archive of machine readable digitalization. So all the ancient books they converted into HTML or TEI and other formats. Not you can't see any PDF and you can't see even any single image, right? This is every document here, every book, every document is really machine readable format. So that means you can ask any questions, machine will retrieve these answers.
Doctor, your time is officially up. Yeah,
So this is actually another project where we gathered all ancient Arabic manuscripts archived. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So we can talk if you have any
Doctor,
questions.
can you hear me?
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We do have technological glitches sometimes, and the English is Englishing, it's moving. So we appreciate your presentation. And can we just give our doctor a round of applause, please? So with that being said, colleagues, I think as it has been indicated, we are not only limited to records management. Some of us are librarians, so you heard the word digital libraries, virtual museums. So if you are coming from library space, you'll know how to manage information. From the time you're in the library, you know about the books. Then now we go to the dusty rooms and do records management, and we mean business. So let us make sure that we serve the citizens of the country by making sure that we manage those records all the time and make sure that they are readily available when they are needed. So with that being said, colleagues, I'm going to quickly move to the Q&A session because we are running out of time, and I'm sure that some of you might get hungry and be grumpy sometimes. But the food is there, I promise you. Okay. With that being said, colleagues, can I please note hands for the questions to our beautiful speakers or presenters? And please remember to indicate your name and your institution. Thank you. Can I note hands from this row, that way? I see one. Noted. In that order. I'll stop here for now. You can unmute when you speak, and when you are done, please mute them.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. It's David Ngubuka. Maybe Statistics South Africa, we saw they updated the police districts. So my question is in regard with the prior districts before construction of a new police station or after digitization, BCAD. Before capturing the police district, now if I will update or will I have a duplicate if I want to update after new construction of a police station. I think Dr. Paul can try to understand that question. If I will have a duplicate, if I will have to update for a new police station built, to have a referral of the stats of prior before the new police district was built, like they built a new stats was busy with that project. Sure.
Okay, doctor, did you get that? Okay, they're asking you to rephrase and simplify your question.
Yeah, before,
the question.
Sure. We need to continuously do crime stats. We had prior police districts. Then they built a new police station in a maybe related district close by. So they captured the second police district that's currently built. Sure, thanks. I was saying the issue of PC and AD before construction or before capturing the latest district. So after digitizing my questionnaire for the new built police station, would I have to have a duplicate? Would I call that new police district a duplicate whilst I was still having a prior district? It's an exam on solving.
Maybe we must go back to the, what is it? Is it a natural language processing, something like that? So that we allow other colleagues to just speak. If it is Zulu, we'll get translators and, Sipedi, yes. So that we are able to understand the question. But maybe let me move to the other one so that you can just get, if you got some of the things, and then we can move on. The next question. Yes. Okay, before the second question, can you speak in your language that you're comfortable with? Then it will be translated.
Householding. Before we gonna build an RDP, we had a neighbor. We took a questionnaire from the neighbor, but this RDP before they build it. So we come again to build it, to get the questionnaire from the RDP. So then we have two questionnaires from the same street. So now do I have to update the district? I'm going to the street. Or I leave as the first and the second, but for the police. We must enter outside.
Okay. Okay. Colleagues, I've just noticed that I'm chairing something called the National Dialogue 2025. Oh, this is National Records Management Conference. So maybe some colleagues, they might have come in, but it's at least you have learned something, But maybe with that being said, colleagues, you can still engage our speaker and talk to the person regarding your question. Can I take another question, please? And let's simplify and keep them short.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the National Archives for organizing such an informative conference. My issues, some are questions and some are just comments or recommendations.
Name and your institution, please, before we start.
My name is Esther Silibi. I'm from Social Security Services of South Africa, SASA.
You can proceed.
Okay. So the first question is towards the first presentation. I think lots of acronyms were used in the presentation and I found myself a bit lost. So perhaps if the lady can come back and explain what, I think you mentioned atom or autumn, something along those lines. And then again, you used force. So I'm not sure as to whether force, is it a system or what is it? So maybe if there can be explanations to those. And then moving to presenter number 2, an interesting presentation as well. But I felt like there were some missing components, especially with reference to digital preservation strategy. I thought maybe you would provide more details around that. And again, an interesting subject that you brought forth on the robotic process automation, which I want to believe that there were details that would have assisted the conference. Because when we talk digitization and new AIs and all these technologies that we are talking about, there's the process in the middle of all of this. The process meaning how things are done. So if we were to explore how to incorporate robots into how we process in our various organizations and explore that, it would have been much beneficial.
Okay,
and lastly, on the slide, I think presentation 4, interesting topics or subjects came through again, where it was looking at how records management professionals can upskill themselves so that we adapt to the changes that we are working within. So you spoke about the curriculum modernization, which was also like interesting for me. But again, I felt like there would have been more information coming forth so that we close the gaps or the questions that the colleagues might be having.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we move to other colleagues in the interest of time? Colleagues, let's try to summarize. Please be on point, straight to the point. Just ask the question. Can I see those hands from this middle? Oh, I note one going up. Oh, it's quite a lot. It means that the presentations were relevant. Yes, in line with the theme. Yeah, there's also one here, but you can start there. It's okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a few questions, but now I'm feeling a bit hesitant because of the time. I will try and summarize. My questions are directed to the first 2 speakers so they can jot down the answers.
Sorry, we humbly asked to start with the name and the name of your name.
I forgot. I'm so sorry. My name is Nkumiseni Magaba. I am coming from the ETDP SITA. That stands for Education, Training, Practices, Services Sector, Education Training Authority. It's quite long. So just stay with ETDP SITA is better. So my first question about AI, I'm saying that AI for especially for National Archives, if you are using SI for the National Archives, according to the study that you are doing, does it mean that it will be like an integration? Because as a South African government, we are dealing with different systems, and our normal archives, when we archive, sometimes digitally, sometimes paperwork, they go to our offsite storages. So when they come to you with paper, it's easy. We have the procedure. So when they come to you and you are doing digital and AI, we come with compatibility of the systems. So how is that going to be addressed with that AI? That's the first question. And the second question goes to the, I don't know if MC you can answer. You mentioned the word in passing, but it is a very serious word. And I would like also in the house, if there are people that are providers or if there are people that have dealt with this one, they can tell me also so that I can do it for my organization. That is kind of like obsolete. MC, you just said if you have that word, you are in danger. But that is not good enough because most of the people, they are in danger of that word because we had tapes. I don't know if anyone here remembers Stiffy Disc, and we have CDs, and we recorded minutes, sometimes minutes of the board. So then what? I need an answer or guidance. If there's a service provider who can convert, then they can tell us. If there are others who have dealt with that, then they can tell us. That's the second question.
Thank you.
I think I need to stop here, but I've got a lot.
Yeah, the colleagues will still be available afterwards and all that. We can still engage with them. So can we just ask questions?
Yes.
And then the other discussions will follow maybe during lunchtime. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Malitsi Lerefulo from the CCMA. I'm a records management specialist. The first question is to Ms. Sonia Mbele. Is the NASA Act being amended or anytime soon so that we can accommodate digitization and artificial intelligence? Second question, is the policy for AI being drafted? I don't know, maybe by Department of Communication with you, maybe so that we can have a template or guideline on how to deal with AI. And the third question, there was an invitation that we must send our paper records to National Archives. Do you have space to accommodate such records? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to take the last row of hands and then they have to summarize themselves as well, and then we have to close it off, please.
Okay, I think my name is Jeffrey. I'm just going to be quick. Most of the questions I was asking are asked. I'm a records practitioner, 20 years in service in government. And
institution, please.
Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. And in the 20 years of this particular service, all I have known is records. And you were speaking of the mail room, and you were speaking of the robotics there that can replace maybe a human being and 1, 2, 3. I wanted to understand that everybody here, the two presenters, Dr. Mellon and the other one, you were both talking about digitalization, but I wanted to understand that Dr. Mellon said when you are doing digitalization without data, it's useless. Now, I wanted to start there because where I am, I'm in the records room. And all I know is the creation of data. And that's all we have. We have physical records in government that are more than 20,000 linear meters in number. And now I thought in your AI presentation, you'd be telling me, how do I move those records into an electronic system? Especially when you're then talking to that robotics, if it is there, that mechanism that can come into that mail room and convert that into data.
Thank you. Can we get the second question there quickly? There was one up. The last question. Yes. Please be ready to address the questions.
My name is Palagatsila Peter. I'm from Musina Municipality. I have just one question. I think I had somebody asking it, but I just want to be sure that it's in the context that I understood it. One of the presenters, the doctor highlighted the lack of legislative, and I take by extension, national policy and strategy clarity on the responsible use of AI. Is potentially a critical challenge, which I agree with. Is there any work that is being done currently by government or any agency that is looking at plugging this very critical area? Because then we will have disjointed application of AI in our various institutions as government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to address this last question. You can just...
Sir.
Yes.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Joshua Chesi from the Mining and Minerals CETA. Just two questions. I know NASA says that the data or records must not leave the borders of this country. Most of the AI functions, they are not South African AI functions, like ChatGPT or other Claude and so on. So the AI function actually consumes data. That data is going to sit in a different country. What is the plan around that? Or if you have an idea of how you're going to use AI, what tools are you going to use? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm told that there's questions virtually, but before we address that, let's turn to this round of questions, and then we'll attend to the people virtually. Sorry, I didn't forget you, my virtual delegates. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the questions. We welcome them. I'll start with the question on the abbreviation that we used on the presentation. ATOM stands for Access to Memory. It's the system that you're using at the National Archives for preservation of archival records for the purpose of making them accessible through our database. So it's a system that we're using to capture metadata and linking the digital objects to that metadata for the purpose of publishing them to our website so that you're able to search and see what we have on our database. Then FOSS, it is a free and open source software that has been approved by the cabinet that it can be used for promoting collaborations and communications through participations and transparency, security within records that are created within governmental body. It can be utilized also through the use of artificial intelligence to ensure sound records management digitally. This has been proven by Dr. Shihula, who's also my supervisor, and publication is also available. You can download and read more on FOSS. We have another question that talks to why National Archives is adopting artificial intelligence in a sense that how can it help governmental bodies when we have AI as the National Archives. What we do as National Archives is what you need to do as governmental bodies. Why are we doing that? To align processes so that all systems that you have within governmental bodies are integrated to what we prescribe as National Archives. This is to ensure in terms of format, when you are digitizing records, we come in and give guidance and approve your digitization. If records are not in danger of being destroyed in total, we give you approval for that digitization. While you are digitizing, we also guide you in terms of formats that we are taking as National Archives, currently using ATOM as the system. We will have, again, the system that I am currently investigating that is only responsible for preservation, and its aim is also to take in all the kind of formats that are currently in place. Okay. And how to deal with technological obsolescence. We are currently working hand in hand with governmental bodies in ensuring that we are assisting them on the types of formats that they have. Some goes as far as having that machine in the reading room, I forgot it. The type of formats, I forgot, it just ran out of my mind right now. But in such a way that if you can have a CD, you have minutes in those CDs, it is very important to note what is on those formats so that you are able to digitize. There are service providers that I've seen in the industry that are servicing and ensuring that digital records are translated to digital formats, meaning if you have records in CDs, USBs, cassettes, you are able to digitize them. Then there was another question, is NASA Act being amended? Yes, there's a current bill that has been approved, and I know that Mr. Kekana Siskanye will talk to that. The bill is currently sitting with the minister. The Act also covers a lot of things, including artificial intelligence, because there is a committee that is existing in the parliament, in the presidency for AI. Then is there development, okay, that one, development on AI policies? Yes, there is. records management training is their space. If you submit your names through myself, when you are due to attend the training, I'll send you the email inviting you to the training. We currently have a long waiting list, and we urge you to be patient and kind to us. We are taking 2 per institution. Why we're doing that is to ensure that that 2 goes back to the institution and train others. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have our last presenter, please? And just in summary, you have got 3 minutes to summarize.
So firstly, I have to really apologize to the very first question. I didn't hear it. I'm not going to be able to answer it.
Maybe it was a comment, sorry.
The next one was around RDP and questionnaires and things like that. I'm going to address this in 2 ways. The first one is the AI tools can only work with the information you give it. So if you have multiple different questionnaires, it will look at those questionnaires and analyze it. If they are different questions or different forms relating to the same thing, one of the things that AI can do is then start to analyze and compare differences and say this one says this and this one says this and this one gives us output. So it can actually give you insight into some of the output and probably how you can analyze it. The next one, just to clarify something, you've probably seen lots of pictures of hardware robots moving around. When we talk about robotic process automation, we're generally talking about a software product, not a physical robot to replace the messenger, for example. So, and I badly said, pick up a piece of paper and move it over here. It's not to do that. So even if we want to digitize, we're still going to take paper. Someone physically is going to put that paper into a scanner. If you've got messengers, somebody's still physically going to go to the post office. So I think in the mail room, there is still going to be physical people doing physical tasks like that, physical movement of physical paper. So just try and separate hardware robot to a software robot. And an example of a software robot is I look at the screen. On the screen, I take a screenshot of it. I extract data from that. I take that data. I use it as an index field into another screen or another system. That's a software robot. Okay, so just try and distinguish between those two. Data in other countries, and this talks to POPIA, privacy, and it is an issue. And if you take out a corporate-wide AI license, one of the big questions is going to be where and what are you allowed to ingest into the AI engine? And even now, with some of the free ones, you can limit whether your input goes into the cloud. So all of the stuff that they've used in their machine learning doesn't mean that your input is going into the cloud. Okay, so it doesn't mean that what you put in, and you can specifically prevent that from happening. Which tool? That's part of the problem. There are many, many tools, and they're evolving so rapidly. And even within one tool, so for example, ChatGPT has, 15 different versions, and each one of them are good or bad at different things. I can give guidance to somebody if they want it.
Thank you. Sorry, colleagues. I think I must, I don't know how we're going to manage this because there's also another session coming, and there's also some questions virtually. So maybe, I don't know if it would be in order just to read them out, but then they can be addressed later. Please. We apologize for that. Or my apologies. Please, you are given a minute.
It's too much. Dr. Melon answered all my questions. So I'll just say, Ke la meleo, ke a leboga, Doc.
That was very good. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we do apologize, as I said. Can we just listen to some announcements urgently because you might have challenges outside? For those of us who have tags, you're going to produce them. When you go down, you will be shown by the security officials where to eat. And for those who don't have the tags, you can just pass by the registration desk to register. Then they'll give you this accreditation so that you are able to go and eat. And can we please be back at? We are going to go on lunch. And we'll be back at 2 colleagues. Colleagues, I was just making this announcement because they are important. Can you please be back by 2:30? And thank you so much for this, for the presenters and everyone. You are very much important. Thank you. And then, I also have the goodies for our presenters. Can I just check if Ms. Ntombo Kolo Fagu is here? Ms. Fagu? I apologize. My Setswana tongue. I was told that the other two presenters are online. I don't know if they are there now. Thumbs up if they are there, Ntate Languza. Okay, so I think I'm gonna save the best for last. Because Ms. Faku is here, you'll close the session. Eh? Let's take the online presentations first. Is it fine? I was told that it's Women's Month, so we should empower women. Ne? Okay. Colleagues, are we back? Back. Okay. Fully so. No. Who are we still waiting for? I think while we decide if we are back or if we're still coming, let's take an online presentation. Who is waiting for us online there?
Msiki is not here yet. We've got Mwepe.
Who?
Sylvester Mwepe.
Oh, Sylvester. So Mr. Sylvester Mwepe will be presenting with Prof. Tshwane Kelly, and their presentation is titled File Right. You see, I told you, it's not just your name that I was butchering. Ne? So I'm forgiven. Thank you. File Right or Face the Fight. Legal and ethical landmines in records management at the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. Mr. Mwepe is joining us virtually, but we can give him real hands. Just.
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the House. Before I proceed, can you please authenticate if I'm audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, Sylvester. Are you able to hear me, Sylvester?
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues, and good afternoon. I'm going to switch off my camera so that I can proceed with the business of the House. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, you've got 20 minutes. Your time ends at 3:05. You can continue.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, good afternoon, colleagues, and special greetings to all progressive records management practitioners and African diaspora. I'm not sure, Chairperson of the House, if you're going to beam the presentation.
I can't see it yet. Are you sharing your screen? IT, do you maybe have a copy of the presentation? Are you all
No, I'm
able
not
to?
sharing the screen. I was told that they are going to share that side.
Oh, let me just check with the colleagues. Are you sharing now? They are still working on it.
Sylvester, I did not receive your bio, so while we wait for the screen to be projected, you can tell us a bit about yourself. Sylvester?
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson of the House. I'm a rural boy. That is my bio. I'm a rural boy. I'm a farm boy. But beside that,
I was asking for a professional bio. I hear where this is
there's
going,
an
and we don't want to
and
hear if you sing
repetition of what I'm saying. I don't know if it's on my side.
Okay, I think we are almost. Are we winning with the presentation? Okay, tell us what you do for a living then. Don't tell us anything else. Sylvester?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, colleagues, my name is Mwepe Sylvester. I hold few papers from University of South Africa, including recent completion of my master's in information science. I'm working as a deputy director, records management and auxiliary service in Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng. I'm a comrade runner. I'm a kind of professional runner. That's in short, Chairperson. I also sit in various committees in the department.
Thank you for that. We are still waiting for the presentation to be projected. So, colleagues, the session that we are in now is called Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in Records Management. And yes, can you see the presentation now from your side?
Okay, Chair, let me hit the ground because I think now I'm left with 15 minutes. And colleagues, to all the records management practitioners who advocate sound records management and ensuring that their house are very clean, I would like to remind you that one of our African writer and the colonial theologist, Ngungi wa Thiong'o, in his speech, he said, I quote, "If we rush to digitize without metadata, we save paper but lose our story." Good records management is slow cooking, context in, value out. We can move to the next slide, Chairperson. So, colleagues, we're going to talk about the research problem, the research question, the research methodology, the case study of inadequate filing, and also the findings. Then I will close my presentation. Next slide, please. I think this is the presentation that is being beamed is an old presentation. Can I just share on my side, please?
Try sharing now. Are you able to share? Sylvester, are you still there?
Okay, Chair, I hope you are able to see my screen. Colleagues, records management, without a doubt, is the backbone of
Sorry to disturb you. May you please put it on presentation
accountability
mode?
in public institution or within our organization. And within the department, our mandate is very clear, is to deliver the essential service to the people and also ensuring the compliance with legislation or legislative framework and also upholding the transparency. But I must emphasize that this mandate cannot be fully realized without a robust and efficient records management system within our working space or within our organization. When we file the document, we store the document and retrieve the document correctly, we guarantee not only operational efficiency, but also compliance with the National Archives and also the Mpumalanga Provincial Archives Act. So, on the other hand, when filing is neglected, we open ourselves to serious tasks, colleagues. We lose the institutional memory and also delay in service delivery. So, and this brings me to a real challenges before us, despite the acknowledged importance of records management, that we continue to face major difficulties. Files go missing or are misplaced in our working or in our space, and filing practices differ from unit to unit, so which is entirely a problem of the organization, and far too much time is wasted simply searching for information. So this inefficiencies slow down our working or our work and also delay the critical decision and also leave us vulnerable to compliance. Most importantly, the absence of unified and efficient filing system undermine not only service delivery, but also our accountability to the very citizen that we serve in our community. Colleagues, the study's objectives is very clear. The study intended to assess the current records management practices, especially filing system, and also identifying the gaps in the current filing processes, which causes loss of file, assess how these gaps affect our performance as an organization, and most importantly, proposed the strategy that will ensure records are accessible, reliable, and fully compliant with the laws of our beautiful country. So when coming to the research methodology of the study, how did we go about this? Our approach was very simple. We engaged with the people at the heart of the records management, our administrative staff, and also the records offices that deals with the records management every day. Through the interviews, observation, and document analysis, we gathered first-hand insight about the challenges they encounter every day when they are dealing with this document. So we also reviewed the existing policy and measured our practices against the standards set by the National Archives and the Provincial Archives. In this way, we were able to get both ground level and policy level picture of the situation on our study. What did we discover in our study? The case of inadequate filing is unfortunately very real in our space. Across the department, what we found was that filing practices are inconsistent and also in many cases outdated. Some staff members have resorted to create their own ad hoc method of filing, which we end up having different records management facilities or a centralized place. And also, we know that without a proper monitoring mechanism in place and the accountability, we're gonna encounter risk in our records management. In short, colleagues, our filing system are letting us down, and these costs are too high to ignore in our working environment, colleagues. What we have found from this research, a number of findings has become clear. Firstly, the department records challenges stem not only from poor filing habit, but also from a lack of standardization and modernization. Staff are spending valuable hours looking for files when they should be delivering service. I remember in 1998, colleagues, when the great Julius Gamberenje Nyerere was invited to an information management conference, one of the things that he said was that stories like food lose their flavor if cooked in a hurry, unquote. This, colleagues, suggests that when things are rushed, their quality and meaning are compromised. So documents go missing at critical moment and decision making is delayed in that situation. So the study also found that over-reliance on paper without electronic system is a major weakness in our department. Perhaps not telling staff themselves are aware of this risk. They want change. What we need to implement is change in our organization to have effective and efficient records management system. So the recommendations that we gathered in this study was that we cannot leave this room today without charting a way forward, which the department should establish a unified filing system which is fully aligned with the prescript of the country and also enforce it across all the units. And again, the department should ensure that employees get training and capacity building so that everyone understands and values the role of proper filing in the organization. And thirdly, the department should also embrace technology, which is digitization and the introduction of electronic document and records management system, which will ensure that the departmental documents are secured and accessible when they are needed, whether during the audit or if there is a request. Lastly, Chairperson, the department should also monitor and accountability measures in place, or should put the monitoring and accountability in place so that the compliance become part of our daily routine. And how can we forget that leadership should take the lead in creating a culture that values records as the lifeblood of service delivery and governance. Chairperson of the House, as I'm about to leave my boardroom or my office, I want to enlighten the colleagues that maintaining order in records management empowers the organization to function efficiently and make informed decisions. and also chaos in filing and records keeping lead to wasted time, errors, and also increased operational cost. Therefore, all of us should prioritize correct filing practices to avoid the risk and consequences of mismanaged records. Chairperson of the House, thank you very much for the opportunity. Ke a leboga.
Go lebogile rona rra. Please stay on the line for questions. Now we're going to take questions after all the presentations. Or is Prof. Shelne Kelly taking questions for the team? Please stay on the line. She's not taking questions. Is the second presenter there online? Is she there? Tate Languza, is that a yes or a I'm still checking? Which one? Is it this one or this one?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. I'm assuming you are Ntsiki Jacobs. Ntsiki? And Ntsiki will be talking to us about digital records management within the public sectors. Ntsiki, I did not receive your bio.
I am Ziggy Jacobs, representing National Treasury.
Oh, okay. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we
Am I
can hear
audible?
you. We can hear you. I was just saying I did not receive your bio. You can just tell us what's your name, where you work, not many other details. And then once you've told us, you can get right into the presentation. You've got 20 minutes. Are you projecting from your side or are we projecting for you this side?
Okay. 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 Okay, I've set a timer for myself. My name is Nsiki. You can project on your side. You can project on your side. That's fine. Okay, just a short bio of myself. Sorry, there's an echo.
We can hear you clearly. Feel free to speak.
Okay, my name is Nsiki Jacobs. I currently work as the Deputy Director for Records and Information Management at the National Treasury. I have an MBA degree from TUT and Tongji University in China and a postgraduate degree in public administration. I am an alumni of Unisa. I did my honors degree with Unisa. It is my second year under records management, and my previous work experience is in consultation and also in policy development for the National Rail Policy. I did research for the National Rail Policy for the National Department of Transport. Thank you. We can start with the presentation.
Thank you. We are still trying to project from the side. Can you see the presentation now?
The topic for my presentation is digital records management in the public sector. This is our agenda. I will not go through this for the sake of time. Can you go to the second slide? This is myself. This is me, so that you'll put the face to the voice and the presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please. Records management is one of the key focus areas for government. And all of us have been speaking about digital records management because we are tired of paper records. And there is an environmental issue around that. And the National Archives also outlines the importance and the requirement for metadata. Why is that? We need to manage all our records, the digital records. And we also need to ensure that we have long-term records preservation, which is more aligned to having digital records, because when you look at our paper records right now, after 10 to 15 years, you find that even the quality of the paper has faded, even the writing has faded, because we don't have adequate space to preserve or to keep our records in line with what is required from the National Archives. And we also have a very huge skills and training gap within records management. When I first joined records management 2 years ago, I thought it was a place where people without qualifications are being dumped, because I did not even find one person with a records management qualification. And why digital records management? 76% of our population is already using the internet. So we can also align to what is happening, because records are not limited only to paper. We have recordings, we have magazines, everything that needs to be preserved is a record. We have everything that we need within our disposal. It's just that we need to align records management now with digitization. Next slide, please. These are just the acronyms just to make the presentation more readable for all of us. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is what I was just alluding just now, that 76% currently of the people, the population, is using the internet. At the end of this year, 50,000 people are expected to have access to the internet. And that means that every year there's almost a 5% growth of people who are using internet. So what is holding us as records managers from also riding on the same ship, the same boat, and saying we are going to digitize everything that is currently on physical record? And you find that most of the people who are using the internet are using it for, I won't say silly things, but things that are more on the entertainment side. Can you imagine how it will be easy and accessible if somebody would be looking for a record, especially us who are working on PAIA? As much as we have red tapes, it will be easier if we were able to access some of the public records on your own, at home, wherever where you are, without you having to first cross the border and coming to me as a records manager to look for information. Can you go to the next slide? Now, I am interested in the public sector because I'm currently working in the public sector, and it was a shocker to find that the limitation in terms of the roles and the responsibilities which somehow overlap. The source for this information also comes from my own research on what should ideally be an organogram or a structure of an ideal public sector records management. Most of the people who work in records management are actually filtered in as records clerks. I hope I said that correctly, record clerks, yes, and officials and administrators. And when you are a manager in the management role, you find that your work also overlaps to the clerical people. But what exactly is supposed to be the structure, the organogram of a ideal public sector in terms of records management? There should be a records manager who will overlook the development of the file plan aligned with what is required by the National Archive and manage all the legislation and the policy development and everything else that needs to come and manage or set a standard, be the strategic level of records management. We also look at quality and record specialists, which is something that does not exist in most of public sectors. We don't even have consultants who come in and say, this is what we are going to help you. We are going to develop standards and set processes that are going to align or make sure that your processes move smoothly within public sectors. We have administrative managers who are also just managing the physical records control and whatever that we use, because currently where I am working, they have developed their own database, which a database of records which they have scanned, and they are electronic database, but that is not a system, it's not a software that you can rely on. It is just to make sure that you have backup. Next slide, please. Now, I talked about the age gap within records management. Why? I don't see a lot of people being interested in being records managers or coming into the space. I see a lot of 30s and 50s people. I have never seen even one person from the 2Ks who says, I want to be in records management. I want to work in this sector. Why is that? That is a question that I'm posing to us to say, why are we not attracting the younger people? They are all interested in ICT. Yes, we belong in ICT, most of us under public sectors, but why are they opting for ICT related causes and related or responsibilities or jobs instead of saying, I want to work in records management? And I hope after this conference, we will be able to actually attract the right skilled people to come and see records management as a lucrative career choice and an attractive space to work in. Can we go to the next slide? Now, this is what is projected in terms of the workforce. We know that we are going through a lot as a country where we are being told that there are jobs, there are no jobs. Especially for the youth, we see the gap that the unemployment rate is quite high. But when you look at this workforce projection for Africa, including South Africa is sitting at 41%. And at 41%, we are in a position to make sure that we attract the right human capital, the right people to be part of this sector. But if we can only make sure that we not only speak today in terms of records digitization, but we make sure that we put it into practice. Government is synonymous for talking and planning properly. We plan for years and years and years, but we lack in the implementation of every good idea that we have. But we can close that skills gap if we can take everything that we've discussed from this conference and go back to our different departments and say, let us put it into action. Next slide, please. This is just me showing you what is currently the physical records filing process where I work, where a physical record is being given to a registry clerk. And when the registry clerk receives the document, they have to check if the document is verified under the approved file plans, the existing file plans. If there is no file plan, then the process takes even longer because now the file plan approval process starts taking place. And this means now this is another time wasted, and this is physical papers. But if there is a file plan, then the process becomes shortened a bit because now the document is scanned. Sometimes the scanning machines are not working. Sometimes they break. Sometimes there is no network. And the capturing process and the renaming process is such a lengthy process. So when I joined records management, I was just appalled at the physical labor that people are subjected to and the whole scanning process. I'm scanning equipment will ask, I expected I mean, where I work, they will say that they need to scan and then they have to leave the scanned documents overnight before they can go back and rename. Can you imagine how, if we can digitize the whole process, we can save so much of the physical labor, of the time that is spent during when one has to sort out a record and then push it through the scanning machine and then wait for the scanning machine to now process the whole thing and then go back and try and rename the whole document before taking the physical document, putting it together, stapling it, and then taking it back to the vault or the storage spaces where you are keeping them. And those spaces are not always adequate for us to keep records, and records are very important, especially now with the PAEA Act. We realize just how important preservation of information is and preservation of our history is. Next slide, please.
Ziggy.
So I just wanted to show you a short video. I hope
Ziggy,
you can show it.
You have 1 minute left.
There was a video where I wanted to show. Hello. Hello.
Hi, I was saying you have 1 minute left. Is the video giving us closing remarks?
So this video, okay, it's just a 20-second video where it shows how bad our the records repository currently is. We can go past it. It is fine. It's fine. No, we can go. It's 20 seconds. So this is just me showing you the current state of some of the storage spaces, especially because they are not well ventilated, they are not well secured. So this is what happens to our records. This is loss of information. This is a physical disposal process, which is both physically consuming and also it can never be environmentally friendly. Can we go to the next one? The next slide. The skills gap. This one I can skip because already we've been told about the formal education or qualifications that are already available. But why do we have to go through the whole digitization? The importance of this is that digitization of records will make sure that we are efficient, cost saving in terms of physical paper, procurement, saving of money from buying all these machines and equipment that we currently have, because then we'll have just one software that will make sure that everything is digital. It will also help in skills gap closing. It will enhance security because we'll have encryption and access control in all the digital records that we will have electronically. And it's also environmentally friendly and will make sure that we have a longer retention period for all our records. Next slide, please. There are drawbacks as well because we know that there is cyber attacks, there is data breaching, and also there is the issue of people who are not ethical working within records management because we always handle very highly confidential information. And there's also the cost of implementing the whole process and buying the software, which is never really budgeted for. Next slide, please. This one is also just a summary of everything that I've just alluded from the previous slide. And the most important part here is the change management that I wanted to focus on, that it is time for us to go back and start changing mindsets and saying we are going digital. We're no longer going to budget for paper, printing paper, and we are no longer going to budget for another scanning machine, but we are going to buy software, make sure the software is a records that is now stored in our cloud storage. Next slide, please. AI will ensure that we even enhance the roles that we have within the, records management. These are the roles that we should be having instead of having just records clerks. We can have an AI supervisor, we can have an information analyst, a digital archivist, and these roles actually overlap even into ICT. So this is somebody who is knowledgeable also in information technology and also in records management. So we will have we will have roles that actually can encompass everything that we want to do under digital records management. So these are courses that should be actually offered at university level to prepare the next level of human capital that we want to see within records management. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the time and sorry for the connectivity issue. And I will be waiting for questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Don't worry, colleagues, I'm not presenting again. I'm reading Ms. Faku's bio. I tried taking a picture of it, but it doesn't fit in my phone because she's too accomplished. So the next presentation is going to come from Ms. Faku, and she's talking about the regulatory and legal implications of integrating blockchain technology into South Africa's land registration, and she looks at the risks and opportunities of doing so. So she works in the Department of Operations Management here at the University of South Africa, and she's currently pursuing her PhD in Operations Management here also at the University of South Africa. Her thesis investigates the feasibility of using blockchain technology as a platform for land registration in South Africa to minimize errors and reduce fraudulent activities in land and administration. She has presented her research in various conferences, including industrial engineering and operations management and international business conference. She also holds an MBA from Menkosa, where her dissertation focused on assessing the influence of process approach and organizational culture on the effectiveness of a quality management system aligned with ISO 9001. Her academic qualifications also include a postgraduate diploma in business management from Menkosa, as well as a BTech in quality and BTech in project management, both obtained from CPUT. Additionally, she holds a national diploma in textile technology from DUT. Ntombokolo holds certifications including 6 stick. Okay, I'll just stop here. I see I also need 20 minutes to read this bio. She holds certifications including 6 Sigma Green and Yellow Belts, ISO 9001, Lead Auditor, and expertise in governance, risk, and compliance standards. There are still 4 more paragraphs, but in the interest of time, I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, industry experts and academics. I am tall, but I'm going to try and be short. It's late afternoon. Some of us still need to travel, so I will keep that in mind. I just want to, I'm not going to add anything there. Actually, the bio that she's reading, I was a panelist in a conference that was held beginning of this month by the operations department here at Unisa. So I needed to share that bio because of, you know, I was not just a presenter, but a panelist. So when she needed my bio, that's the only thing I had. So I'm sorry for such a long, that makes me feel like big, you know. And so my presentation, I think it's a little bit different from what you've heard from this morning until the last presentation. There's certain phrases that you're probably not going to be hearing from me. We've been hearing phrases and themes along digitization and mostly records management. I just want to, there's something that I just came across, you know, on Facebook, where they're saying DSTV didn't see Netflix coming, and Mercedes-Benz didn't see Haval coming, and Instagram didn't see TikTok coming. So I need you as records practitioners and record managers to ask yourselves, what is it that you didn't see coming? The previous presenter just alluded on the fact that there is an age gap. You're not attracting young people in your field. And some of the guests or delegates that I was sitting with at the back, they were also alluding on the fact that I think, just to, for lack of a better word, records management, the field itself, it's a little bit rigid. So you kind of like need to ask yourselves, that is not the intention of this presentation, but I like talking. So what is it that you didn't see coming? And your answer will lie exactly there. So my presentation, I think Doc here has already introduced me, and the fact that I am currently at the final stages. I've already collected data for my PhD thesis. I'm actually investigating the feasibility of using blockchain technology, which is quite known in the finance sector, you know, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and so on. But looking at that blockchain and how we can actually automate and digitize the process of, you know, buying a piece of land or buying property. Because in other countries, they've already done it, you know, in Georgia, in Dubai. It takes literally up to 6 days in other countries because of the blockchain technology. So I'm looking at that within the context of South Africa. But while doing that, I also, one of my objectives is to look at the risks and the opportunities of integrating this piece of technology into our land registration field. So while doing data collection, which I used interviews as well as document analysis, I've analyzed, the documents that I've analyzed are like the white paper, legislation and so on, and blockchain case studies. Then I also kind of like triangulated my interviews with document analysis. So I had to analyze those documents. Then I came across, you know, the advertisement that there is this conference. And then I realized, you know what, I could use just document analysis to analyze these documents, because We will all agree when you go to the deeds office, it's one of the institutions where there are a lot of records. There are a lot of documents, legal and financial records that get generated in that space. And the system there is manual and it's tedious. I know probably, if not 90% of the people in this room, you have bought property or properties. And it takes up to 30 days. And also, one of the reasons that I'm doing my research for my thesis is I looked at the SAFIL, I think it's SAFIL, but there's information there. I just want to declare that when I talk about corruption, fraud that is happening in that space, people that buy houses, even though they are no more, it's happening there. There are a lot of litigation cases in the land registration space. People would have a title deed, but at the end, when they have to claim and get their houses, it's already been given to someone else. There's also, bribery, forgery, and all of that. That is happening, and it's in the public domain. I didn't get it from anyone from the deeds office. I need to declare that. But coming back to my research, I've already given you the methodology that I've used, which is document analysis. There is a couple of authors that came up with their methodology, like in a systematic way. They read the documents and then they extract information from those documents and then they analyze and then distill findings. So we call that read methodology. It's not popular, but I thought, why not, give it a try and also just use document analysis solely. So I think I've given you the background and the problem statement in this regard is, while we are talking AI, we're talking, disruptive technology. I think some of the presenters, they actually touched on this, talking about policy, talking about legislation. I attended a conference last year at Menkosa in Durban. One of, there was an AI as a buzzword, all presenters wanted to talk about AI, disruptive technology and so on. But one thing that came out of there, do we then give into AI and say we amend our legislation to actually fit into AI and this disruptive technology? Or do we ensure that AI or the use of AI complies to existing technology? So while I'm looking at, coming with these solutions, or rather doing the research in the field of the land registration space and looking at how the system can be automated and all of that in order for us to be productive and for efficiency and so on, and to minimize errors in title deeds, I needed to look at now, how does blockchain technology conflict with the current legislation, or how does the blockchain technology complement the current legislation? So this particular part of my thesis is just looking at that. So I'm not going to bore you again with background and problem statement as per the presentation. I think 3 questions that I needed to address was, what are the implications of blockchain-based land registration in our country? In relation to legislative framework, and how can blockchain technology be synchronized with, thank you. Is that 10 minutes for me or this one? Okay, so I've got time. So how can blockchain technology be synchronized with the country's existing land-related legislative framework? To what extent does our legislation that govern land-related issues align with blockchain technology? So I've already given you, I think I've summarized, the aim of the study and all of that, or this particular paper that I'm currently writing. I think also what is important, again, I think I've highlighted, some countries like the Republic of Georgia that have already, implemented or integrated blockchain in the land registration space. But we cannot just adopt what has been done in other countries and try and apply it in South Africa. We know that we are a special country. So we have our own factors that we need to actually consider. Some of those are legal factors. which again, this is me trying to explain why my study or this paper is relevant, because we've got economic, socio-economic, cultural factors and so on. But for the purposes of this, I've chosen the legal part because, again, as record managers, you would agree with me that I've heard people talking about government, especially the government agencies. There's a lot of, legal, or rather, we survive in a highly regulated country. We've got beautiful legislation and so on. So what I think, if you've got my presentation, if people want it, they can read the details. Just summed it up in terms of other factors, technological factors, political factors. I'm going to give you one example of Honduras as a country where they tried to implement or to start a project on blockchain. I know that I may be all over, but I need you because I'm talking about something that is quite different from what other people spoke of. So I really need to give those examples if you can forgive me. So in Honduras, they started the project. And then there was political interference, talking about internal and external factors within a country that may hinder a successful project, since we've been talking about digitization. So those are some of the things that as records managers, and for what you intend on achieving out of this conference, you also need to think broadly in that regard, in terms of what other factors that may hinder what we're trying to achieve. So in Honduras, the project to implement blockchain technology, the only reason it never succeeded was because of the political interference. It was some of the government officials, they wanted a certain company to run with the project and others. It's something that happens probably on a daily basis in our country. I've worked in local government and I know that there are those factors. But then if I'm going to just be quick, I've already spoken about my research design and methodology. And then when I did data analysis, I use Atlas TI, which is quite interesting. The doctor that presented, yes, Dr. Mellon. Earlier on, he showed you some of the passages, some of the extracts and that AI could do. So I've used Atlas TI to actually extract some information from the documents. Obviously, that was guided by the research objectives. And I came up with, that process came up with some of the themes that I'm going to show in the next table. Two aggregated themes. It's risk considerations for a blockchain-based land registration. What does that mean? Or where did that come from? It came from two of the themes. What is the impact on legal and regulatory frameworks, the complexity of blockchain technology? Without taking you to try and save time, some of the stuff, or rather the themes or the findings that came out of this was, firstly, I'm just going to talk not as an academic, just as an ordinary citizen. Blockchain has got features that are quite good in terms of transparency, trust, security. There are IT people here that can actually sing along with me. We can do all of this together. But one of the major features is blockchain's immutability, that when you enter information or you create a record in blockchain, you cannot alter it. Now, the current legislation, which is the Deeds Registration Act, number 47 of 1937, if I'm not mistaken, I could be getting it incorrectly, bear with me. That legislation allows a chief registrar to make changes when it is necessary. So that on its own, blockchain technology's immutability, it conflicts with the current legislation. There's smart contracts that you can also generate from blockchain. Now, with the use of smart contracts, you still require a person, which is a human like me, a programmer, to program a blockchain so that you can get smart contracts. Again, if you go to the legislation, you'll see that there's a conflict there. However, there are other benefits while talking about smart contracts, because it automates the entire process in as much as, again, It creates some uncertainties for your notaries, your conveyancers, and so on. But remember that even if you have those smart contracts, you're probably going to still need to have a conveyancer. But then if you want to eliminate a human being and you want to actually automate everything, these are the considerations. So I looked into this, and when the paper is in, this is a work in progress paper, then you will be able to get access into the entire paper, which gives you the details in terms of we want to digitalize, but we need to consider our current legislation, the existing legislation, as well as here. That's why I'm finalizing now. I thought I should skip to these findings. I'm not going to go through the entire conclusion and whatnot. But I think for the purposes of this conference, one thing that I need you to go home with at the end of this day is we want to digitalize. We want our records to be in the system. Whatever piece of technology, whatever AI we need to adopt, there are other factors that we need to consider. Mostly legal, because the records management space is quite highly regulated with the National Archives Act and so on and so on. So that is something that I need you to take from me. And thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm scared of saying your name now because you always give me this look, the same look that Dynamite was giving you when you said something that taps into her research. But yeah, let me. So colleagues, I will only take 3 questions. Are there questions online? No questions. Are they still there or they left? They are there. Okay. Are there questions in the room? Oh, okay, I forgot to make this clear. Ne? Please ask one question, one clear question. Don't give us the background first. Don't give us the contextual background. Give us a question that has a question mark. One question per participant. Ne? Yes, they are bringing the mic to you, sir. Are the records managers still in this room? Or did they leave with the online crew? Are the archivists here?
Oh, thank you very much.
Information science people, are you still in the room? Oh, the mic has arrived.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chair, now I wanted to ask now, can we trust the alternatives? For instance, we're considering going e-voting. Can we trust the alternatives? Thank you very much.
Who is the question directed to?
The House, thanks.
In the House.
Alternative like
Dr. Mudiba,
and stuff.
Something about e-voting. Would you like to take the question? The question is directed to the House, not the presenters. I think they are still negotiating who should take the question. So I'll take other ones so long. But feel free to ask them outside when we're having tea just now. Dr. Mudiba is that one there at the back. You see him? Yeah, the one who's wearing a black shirt. That one. Wave, Dr. Mudiba. Yes, that one. He's your guy. Ne? Do we have any other questions, colleagues? I know this is the graveyard session, but please say something. Sis Kanye is looking at me like I'm doing something wrong, so ask a question. There's a question there in Tatelanguza.
Thank you very much. My name is Randy Mondwela from Vembe District Municipality. My question goes to NASA. Is there anything that you can assist us in terms of implementing AI? Because to have fully fledged AI, it's very much expensive. So I just wonder if you could also have something like grants which is going to be directed to municipalities and departments, but I'm talking for the municipalities because budgeting, you know our economy. So maybe if we have something like MIG, but this one is not MIG, it's for implementation of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question, sir. Narsa, are you in the house? It looks like all the questions are for the house now, not for the presenters. So, no, this is a records management dialogue. So let us ask the questions. Volunteers, should we bring the mic to you, Siskang, or to Tuli? Ntate Languza, they are telling me you also work for NACSA, so you can take the question.
There's a question online.
Oh, okay.
There's a hand online.
We are all ears.
Just unmute.
Tatele Khodi, are you winning?
Trying to unmute M. Okay. So M says, thank you for sharing how the Treasury is currently using a database for backup purposes. I was curious to know if there is an electronic document and records system, EDRMS, in mind for the future, perhaps to support compliance, workflow, automation, and secure access. Some solutions like Laserfish and have been quite effective in addressing these needs across the public sector. Memory Bueringwe from DataGuard. There's a
Who
question.
is the question directed to? For the house?
Yeah, it seems to be to the house.
For the house, do we have anyone who can help us with this question? While you're still thinking about it, we've got some lost and found sunglasses.
Respond to
Mike.
the MIG question.
Okay. Re kopa Mike e mo.
This one not for the Oh, it works. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I think it works very well. Yeah. No, I like the idea of a ring-fenced allocation, but I don't think that this would be an appropriate intervention for our department. I think this is driven from the Department of Communication. Yeah. So I was saying that the idea of a ring-fenced allocation is actually very good. It shows the significance of the intervention, but I don't think that our department would be the right department to do that. I think the Department of Communication would be an appropriate department. So maybe the idea can be bounced off with them. Yeah.
Is it sorted? Can we move? Oh.
No, the asking the presenter.
Oh. What treasure? Nziki, are you still online? Is Nziki still online, Tatelkhodi? Nziki, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, were you able to hear the questions that were asked? Nziki?
Yes, I can. I tried to. Hello? Yes. I, yes, the first question is based on, I think I've got it online. I was asked, yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just briefly in 2 minutes, can you please respond to the question?
So, it's an EDRMS related question.
Yes, that one.
Okay, first question. Yes, we are in the process of procuring software to migrate from 100% being paper-based into 100% being electronic records management. The second question, I think, was on YouTube. And the response to that is that we are spending a lot of money. Most of our budget goes into offsite paper storage. And most of this paper, because we are National Treasury, we are not supposed to dispose of these records, because they are supposed to be kept for a lifetime. But because of the inadequacy of our storage facilities, we find that when we go and retrieve these records, already the paper quality is bad, the writing is faded. So the best thing is to migrate into an electronic copy, so that even your records for text that are dated 100 years ago, you can still be able to preserve and be able to retrieve these. These are the two questions I had. So yes, we are busy with EDRMS. We are busy procuring a software that will assist us in making sure that we become digital. And 3, we are spending a lot of money right now on offsite storage for paper-based records, and we are still generating a lot of paper, so we are trying to eliminate this. It doesn't mean that we are going to destroy those. If the disposal period has not lapsed or has not been reached, we are going to keep them. It's just that it is costing us a lot in terms of money to keep those. And most of the time, these are never even requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. Colleagues, we have come to the end of this session, but I've got a love letter from Tuli. She said, I must tell you that there will be tea served outside, and that this tea is sponsored by First Coast Technologies. I feel like I'm a radio presenter right now. So seeing that I'm doing radio stuff, can I just send a shout out to my boss, Prof. Sarumbe? Hi, Prof. Can I also just acknowledge my PhD supervisor, Dr. Mudi? Hi, Doc. Can I, okay, this is the last one, I promise. Prof. Shelne Kelly, my master supervisor. I would have been very jealous if you took questions for Sylvester. Thank you for not taking them. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the session, but I must still call to the podium Ms. Kanyingobo to do the closing remarks. So did I say your name right this time? Ngobo. I was Kanyi. Miss Kanyi N.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me not plagiarize as well and just say all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an exciting day for all, celebrating the first annual Records Management Conference. We have learned a lot from the engagement and have had some awesome speakers who presented on the realities of our lives. A number of recommendations were made and were put forward, starting from the first presenter until the last one. Our dignitaries presented and emphasized the importance of embracing new technologies, industrial technologies, advancing records management excellence, AI, blockchain, digital multiverse. Interestingly, they all agreed that we need to be proactive in our approach, integrate technology in our daily activities and in records management specifically. It was said that AI is there to empower us, not to harm us, not to take away anything from us, but to support and ensure that we move together in the new era. Some institutions in the country have already started with these implementations. You've seen how SARS has implemented in terms of online submissions for your yearly reports. What is important is that we develop AI standards, which I'm informed that the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is currently busy with in terms of the policy. We all agree that we need to align our strategies with NASA policies, directives for efficiency. Embracing technology will also assist in addressing our society's needs. One of the most important issues as well is regarding collaborating on projects and learning from each other, which is very crucial, especially the public and the private sector. In all, colleagues, our interaction should not be limited to conferences and training provided. NASA and other experts have availed themselves to assist on how we can integrate technology. I think the majority of the speakers really touched and emphasized on that. Let us return to our institutions, respective institutions, and find ways to implement what is learned from these platforms, be inquisitive and passionate enough to commit to make a difference for our people. We are the salt and the light of records management, the chosen one. Let's gift the next generation with well-preserved records. I thank you. Okay.
So I can come back up.
I've now been assigned to to take the responsibilities of the program director and give our speaker. Thank you. Okay. Colleagues, we've come to the end of the program. And thank you all for your time. I think tomorrow we'll be starting here again, same time. Our space is big enough. Today was big enough to. Oh, okay. I thought my voice is big enough, is audible at the back there. Okay, yeah, tomorrow we are starting same time at 9 o'clock. Our program is going to start early. Please just make sure that you are here on time so that we do not delay the speakers, the presenters that will be here tomorrow, that we also finish on time and we have an opportunity to engage more and interact more. We thank you for the support and the time and your patience during this conference. And we hope that everyone will be here again tomorrow, filling this room as we were in the morning. Thank you. Please don't forget to have tea as we have come to the end of the program. Goodbye.